Hey guys, for anyone watching, it looks like Execration has gone to the second round. So the first round is a bye, which means we're gonna have to wait till the first round's over, which is probably gonna be 30 minutes to an hour. So just if you want to, stick with me, just stick around. Nobody else can really, like I said, it's round two that they're going to be playing. So we literally just found out. So yeah, if you want to stick around, I'll just play some music, and as soon as it's up, I'll be with you guys to cast Execration. So we'll hopefully see you guys pretty damn soon. Yo, guys, I'm still waiting for Execration to like I said, they're in a bye, so we're waiting for the teams. The team that's gonna verse them. We're waiting for them to finish, so we know who's versing Execration, and then I'll be casting them pretty soon. I think I've just found the teams that are versing each other to then verse Execration. It looks like they've been playing for about 25 minutes in game now, so probably estimating around another 20 minutes and it'll probably be ready, and then at least we can jump in the lobby. So guys, shouldn't be too long. Thanks a lot for anyone waiting by. I do appreciate it. Otherwise, guys, yeah, sorry about the wait time. Nothing I can obviously do about it. Just got to wait for the previous game to finish, and then we'll get along with Execration. So I'll be right back with you guys when I'm in the lobby.
training. Not.
Alright, boys, good news. It looks like we're finally getting into the game. We're in the lobby now. So, won't be too long. As you can see on the screen, we're just waiting for all the players to fill up. So, yeah, good news. It took a bit of time, but looks like we'll be on the way in just a moment. Guys, I'm just going to wait till we get into the draft screen. I'll just keep the music on and you guys can just watch the lobby if you want. Obviously, you'll know when it's going to start because the game will just start straight away and go to the lobby. Or go to the draft screen, I should say. So, yeah, just hold on, guys. We'll be playing very, very soon indeed. Alright, we'll see you soon. Alright guys, without further ado, welcome to this game between Execration and I believe, let me just have a look to see what the other team's called. Because that's a bit rude of me not knowing. One sec guys, I believe it's Ricky something gaming. If I could find it. Yeah, so it's Riku Shin Gaming. Or Team Ricky Shun, I should say. So, Execration versus Team Ricky Shun. I did watch a bit of the last game for Riku Shin. They did completely dominate the other team. I believe they only gave away 1 kill throughout that whole thing, and they pretty much just dominated completely. They won it within like 25 minutes, I think. So, a decent team coming up against Execration. We'll see how it goes. Interesting bans coming out. It's going to be very interesting to watch. Obviously, I'm very excited. I've been waiting here for over an hour for this, for the start of Execration. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Turn to pick.
Got this first pick coming now. It was interesting to see the bans though. It's a Meepo and Treant ban. Not something I'm really used to. Obviously, as well as like a Quap and a Bristleback. So maybe this is some C drafting. Like maybe this is because every region has its own kind of style. So it's not too surprising to see these rather strange bans come out. Maybe Execration just don't want to play up against a Meepo because you have a good Meepo player on the opposing team and they could pretty much just steamroll you. They do pick up a Nyx Assassin first. So there's your position 4. Unless they want to make it a core, which they still could. So it's a good little pickup because not only is it an excellent core or position 4, but it confuses the enemy as to what position you're putting it in. Either way, Nyx is very painful to play against.
Reserve time.
Can see Istucks. I'm gonna call them Istucks because that's what their team name says, even though they're named differently on the Faceit website, but already gone to the reserve time. So they're really thinking about this. They've obviously in the lobby realized it's the real Execration. So, I mean, if they could beat Execration within the second round, it's a pretty good impression to the rest of the public that's watching as to what they have. And this could possibly be the hardest game they'd be up against anyway. You don't really get much harder than this team, being Execration in the C region. We'll wait out this second pick now. Again, using a lot of reserve time here. So, a lot of patience coming out from his stocks. It could possibly be due to the fact that they are up against a very, very serious team. That maybe they're thinking a lot about this, which is absolutely fair enough. You can't really blame them. There's a Night Stalker, so they're going for some pretty aggressive play here. I was going to say the Shadow Shaman is a bit strange, but it's still a very good hero, and I feel like with the Night Stalker it pairs very well. Because Night Stalker, 4 minutes in, he's going to go roaming once it hits nighttime. So if you've got that shackle to hold someone in place, Night Stalker's just going to have an absolute field day. Can I just say thank you for anybody that actually stuck around on the stream for the past hour. It's pretty nice of you guys to actually stick around and wait like I was. There's a life stealer, so you've got a bit of a Nake's bomb now as well. So Nyx Assassin, he can Vendetta. Nake's can infest into the Nyx Assassin, and we call that the good old Nake's bomb. Storm Spirit ban, again, another relatively strange ban, but nevertheless, we'll see what the what Isdux is thinking.
Seconds remaining.
Again, reserve time for this ban. Now, I don't know if Execration was watching the last game that Isdux was in, but they did pick up a Razor, and they did pretty much dominate with it. So maybe that was why they banned out the Razor, but either way, Razor is very, very good against Lifestealer. So you cannot blame them for banning that out. There's an Earth Spirit ban, which I don't know if I completely agree with, but I honestly cannot blame them either. And the LC ban is pretty smart. Again, Isdux did play it last game, and like I said, they did completely dominate. LC on the offlane against the Nakes would completely dominate the Lifestealer as well. So these bans are pretty smart. They're pretty much, it seems like Execration is going all in with the Lifestealer. They seem very confident with that carry Lifestealer, so we'll see how it turns out for them. Isdux again. Almost about to run out of that reserve time. Only got about 35 seconds left, and they pick up a Chaos Knight. That's very interesting indeed. Good pickup against Lifestealer. A lot of damage can come out. The illusions, there's nothing really to deal with them at the moment from Execration's end. But the thing is, they could probably pick something up. So perhaps picking the CK may have been a bit early for Isdux. We'll find out, but feels like it's a bit of an early time to pick it. Because now you've given them the opportunity to basically, you know, pick up heroes that can do very well against Chaos Knight. And there's a Puck. Puck being good against CK because she can dodge everything with the phase shift. So the stun's not going to matter at all, because she's just going to dodge it every time. CK would have a relatively hard time catching her. And obviously we already know Puck is a very popular mid hero right now. So it wasn't going to be a surprise no matter what. And there's an IO, so they're going for like the TI3 Grand Final style Alliance build. Very interesting. I'm actually a bit scared for Execration, to tell you the truth. I don't know if I should be.
10 seconds remaining.
But either, like, I saw this team last game. They play very well. I know Execration's a very, very good team as well, but I don't know what to expect here. I'm a bit worried.
Witch Doctor.
There's a Witch Doctor. So we're going to see some Coconut Bouncers coming out. Obviously the Death Ward, very good as well. IO can't really survive that, but She shouldn't have the worst time in the world either. By the way, guys, if you guys have any questions or anything like that, just type it in chat. I'm always reading it. But there is a 5-minute delay on the stream because we have to. Otherwise, people can stream snipe. So just keep that in mind. So I will answer your question. It'll just be 5 minutes after you've asked it. Otherwise, just enjoy the casting. Final ban will be the Magnus for Izdux.
Turn to ban.
Execration now with their final ban. They've wasted hardly any reserve time on Execration's end. It feels like they don't even need to think about it. Obviously, you can see their draft pairs very well. Like that lifestealer can also invest in the puck. So you've got 2 potential carriers for the lifestealer. Puck probably being the better one. But if you want to get like a quick pick-off, the Nyx is not a bad option either because of the Vendetta. Either way, it's going to be a very busy lifestealer game. And they are going to have to be very careful on Execration's end on the early side of things. Because you've got a Night Stalker, you've got a Shadow Shaman. And more than... I mean, we know Night Stalker's going to roam. We don't know much about Shadow Shaman yet, but... likelihood is he's probably going to go around and make some gank attempts as well. Unless it's a mid Shadow Shaman, which would be strange. But I'm trying to figure out exactly what the lanes are as well. And they don't make 100% sense quite yet. Last pickup now. The reserve time is being used. Probably to allow Execration to just have a chat with each other. Just make sure they know what they're doing and how they're going to play this. They probably already know what their last pick is anyway. It looks like they probably will use most of their or all of their reserve time because they can. Because this is their first game of their qualifiers, you pretty much just want to make sure everyone's on the same page, I'm sure. We'll see what the Filipinos can pull out of the bag here. What is this last pick they're looking for? Is it an offlaner? Or is it a position 4 and the Nyx is going to be on the offlane? Hard to say at this point. But we'll find out within 5 seconds. Oh my! So it's an Admiral Kunkka. Well, I'm assuming the Kunkka is going to be the position 4. And they're going to let Nyx go on the offlane. Not 100% sure at this point, but Kunkka is a good position for roaming hero now. So it wouldn't surprise me too much.
5 seconds remaining.
Last pickup now for Izdux, and it'll be a Troll Warlord. So they really are going for some really aggressive style, quick push lineup. I don't mind it at all. Hence why I'm saying I'm a bit scared for Execration, because if they get steamrolled in the first 10 to 15 minutes, I mean, this kind of draft can take objectives very, very fast. So it feels like those towers are going to absolutely melt if Izdux gets the right start. Alternatively, of course, it is still a greedy draft from Izdux as well. So if they don't get that good start, it feels like they may just be screwed. We'll find out very soon. We should be going into the game in just a moment.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Tower Showdown, of course. Looks like Execration actually loses the Tower Showdown. Not enough money being spent, unfortunately, from Execration, but nevertheless. See how the game goes. I'm going to go through the plays and the drafts quickly, and we'll see what's going to go down. So Raging Potato, he'll be on that Nyx. Looks like he's going to the off lane. We've got Nando. He'll be playing the Nakes. We've got a Witch Doctor being played by, well, there's squiggly lines, and I don't know what to call him, so we're just going to call him Witch Doctor. Lumic, he'll be on that Kunkka, probably roaming at this point, and as well as that, James will be playing the Puck. Meanwhile, on the side of Izdux, we've got God Bless. He's playing the Shadow Shaman. We have Verdian, or is it Nemo? Which one does he want to be called? We'll probably say Nemo, just for the sake of being, it sounds better and it's easier. Throwheart, he'll be playing the Wisp. We have Joker. He's playing the Night Stalker. And finally, we have a Troll Warlord being played by XXX00000XXX. So we're probably just going to call him XXX because, you know, he hasn't got another name. Raging Potato already in position to be a bit sneaky. He's got that poor man's shield as well, in case he takes a bit too much damage, but it does appear that Izdux knows about it. So Raging Potato gonna have to be slightly careful if he wants to snipe this rune. And this is very interesting. Izdux is actually scared of the that there's a few too many heroes there, and Raging Potato gets a free bounty rune. So Izdux thinking that there was some kind of strategy to gank straight away, and Raging Potato gets away with it. So very good start for the side of Execration. You don't want to give this Nyx Assassin room to get gold and XP. And he's already got a good start. We'll see how he goes from here. I can't imagine they'll be able to kill him very easily as well, because it's just a Chaos Knight and a Wisp. Like, the potential's still there, but I don't think it's the best potential in the world to kill Raging Potato, especially when he gets that Spike Carapace. It's going to be very hard. And he even gets a deny on the range creep, so this is not looking good already on the off lane. Mid lane, we have James up against XXX. So Troll versus Puck, it shouldn't be hard for either. Troll is a very good laner, but so is Puck. And she has a very high base damage, so James not going to have too much of an issue. In fact, it looks like he's actually going to harass the Troll Warlord a bit. So both sides probably going to have to be a bit careful. And the bot lane, we have God Bless and Joker. They're up against Lumic and Nando. And of course, it is a tri lane on the safe lane. Witch Doctor's there as well. Nevertheless, though, Kunkka's going to go roaming anyway, so he won't be sticking around too much. Just making sure Nando gets those early levels and gold, so that way he won't struggle too much against this off lane of his Ducks. Things seem to be rather smooth at the moment, although they may go for a gank here. The Witch Doctor throws it onto Joker, the Coconut. Lumic's there as well with the Torrent, and it looks like Joker's going to go down here. I think it's just too much. They've even got the X on Lumic. He's got level 2, Joker. One more hit, and he will end up going down to the Witch Doctor. So first blood to Execration. And a good gank there. Lumic, he's going to go roaming now. But it's a very, very good start for them. They're just going to have to be very wary of the gank potential that Execration have. Nemo thinking about the Chaos Rift, but either cancelled or the Fog cancelled it. God Bless is now here. So he's going to help out James a bit. Or not James, I should say. He's going to help out XXX, but don't know how much you can really help. Unless you can shackle the Puck, it's not really going to be too useful. And look at this, Lumic and the Witch Doctor again. They're going to have a go. They haven't got too much time left on the smoke, but they do want to get something happening. And if they can get the Troll with the X, and it looks like they will, the Coconut comes out, the Torrent as well as with the Silence, and yeah, they're going to get this kill. In fact, the Witch Doctor picks up a second kill now. So all the kills going to this Witch Doctor. And Execration showing why they're the superior team here. not allowing that early advantage for the side of Izdux. This roaming duo is proving to be very successful so far. Looks like Raging Potato's not really having any issues on the offlane either. They haven't been able to kill him. He's got 14 last hits, which is way too much for an offlaner to have. So he's essentially won the lane. In fact, he's got just as much as the Chaos Knight at this point. In terms of last hits, Nakes is leading, followed by James very closely. Actually, XXX again goes down solo to James this time. A bit aggressive from him to stick around without using that salve. Very confident from the troll, but he loses his life a second time now within about a minute. 3-0 now for the side of Execration. Raging Potato is still able to harass Nemo, but now they'll throw the stun. It was only 2 seconds though. The Chaos Rift does not matter. The Spike Carapace was there. Can they get the kill? I don't think so. Beautiful stun from Raging Potato. My goodness. That's how you get out of a gank, ladies and gentlemen. Raging Potato showing the world how it's done, and looks like they'll go for a gank here. Witch Doctor and Kunkka not showing themselves quite yet. Raging Potato gets the bait. The Spike Carapace, the Torrent misses, but the Coconut's there. Now, the stun from Raging Potato, and it looks like Nemo's going down. The Melodict will tick, and he should die, and again, this Witch Doctor picks up the kill. Wisp doesn't want a bar of it, just backs the hell out of there. 4-0 now. Execration doing very, very well indeed. This roaming Kunkka Witch Doctor duo is proving to work out very, very well for them. Even bot lane, Nando's having no troubles farming against Joker. And Joker has not actually attempted to make a gank yet on that Night Stalker. So essentially the draft of Izdux is not being played to what it's meant to be. It feels like, because Joker generally as a Night Stalker, you want to be roaming right now and setting up the kills for your team, but he's kind of forced to stay in lane and just keep farming, which isn't the worst case scenario, but you can't farm against the Nakes solo with a Night Stalker. It just doesn't work. And quite frankly, you're never really going to kill the Nakes unless you have help. Oh, bot lane, looks like they had to go on Joker now with the ulti. So the coil was used. Joker, he's almost down and he will go down. Throwheart couldn't really do anything about it. Now he's in trouble. James will lose his, well, James will get a double kill, I should say. The Wisp does end up going down, and now it's 6-0. So Izdux not able to pick up a kill quite yet. Nevertheless, they do have, you would arguably, the better late game lineup. So the thing is, unless there are racks or 2 down, Izdux is really never out of the game. They can always come back, assuming they can find the farm. Joker, he's going to go for his first gank attempt with the smoke. It looks like they're going up to Nemo here at top lane. Raging Potato, can he get the stun? He actually misses it, but the Coconut gets him. Oh, there it is, the Vendetta. The stun comes out from Nemo. Now Joker from the backline silences him up. The Chaos Rift comes out as well. Nemo, it looks like he may lose his life. Raging Potato, can he get the stun? Yes, he can. Nemo loses his life. Joker, can he get the revenge kill? It doesn't look like it. The TP from Raging Potato. No way to cancel that for the Night Stalker, and that'll be the end of that one.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, God bless. Wanted to go for the shackle there, but very fast reaction from James. Bot lane, meanwhile, Nando takes out the tier 1 tower. Not good news. And mid lane, the coil committed. They'll get the troll. Now they're going to go for God bless, and they really can because he's so low at the moment. James is actually going to let it go. He doesn't want to overextend because the Wisp is here as well as Joker. Actually, they come in. They just can't find anything though. James is too far back now, so they can't actually get any kind of shackle. And they've got to be careful because James could actually jump in on them. Throw heart. Got to be careful. He does go to God Bless. Can they get the shackle? Yes, they can. James could be in a bit of trouble. Trolls coming in. Is he going to go for them? No, he'll just orb out of there, and it does not look like they can continue chasing, but actually he's going to keep going for it. Coconut comes out from Witch Doctor. Top lane, meanwhile, they're chasing Nemo. They'll get the stun on Raging Potato, and Lumic, he's there with the torrent again. The timing is absolutely beautiful here from Execration. Nemo, he's been X'd up. This will give time for Potato to get that stun up again, and never mind, he'll just use the Vendetta. God bless though, can he find the shackle? He gets the Hex, but there's the stun from Potato, so no shackle coming out. Now the X-Torrent again, and they're gonna find another one. God bless will go down. Troll, can he get a kill? Lumic is backing off now. He could turn to range form if he really wants, and he'll get the first kill of the game for the side of Izducks. So they've got one on the board now, but it is 10-1. Nemo, he needs to find a reality rift here. He will find a Raging Potato though. Can he get out? It's a 1 second stun. The Coconut comes out as well from Witch Doctor. Meanwhile, bot lane, Nando gets a kill. They find another kill onto Throwheart now, and I hear a Hex going on. God bless gets the shackle, but this isn't the best shackle in the world. He's got no friends with him. God bless, he's in big trouble now. Looks like he'll end up losing his life to James, and yeah, he's going down. The Coconut there just in case. Witch Doctor trying to be a carry, but gotta remember he's just the support. Although he has picked up a hell of a lot of kills right now. And this will be the mid-tier one as well, I think. I don't think Izducks can really stop this. In fact, there's an X onto the Troll. The Torrent, the bow comes out, the Coconut as well. They throw everything but the kitchen sink. Poor Troll Warlord. Now the coil comes out from James. This man, he's got some kind of thing against his team because he's just going nuts at the moment. Tier 1 though, about to drop, and it's really hard to say if this game is anywhere near Izducks' side. Wisp caught out again, just melts to Puck, and they're gonna go after Joker now. The Coconut jumps through to Joker, the slow as well from Nando. Double kill onto James, and he's already on a monster kill 10 minutes in. So things getting bad, from bad to worse right now. And in fact, there'll be a TP out, but of course they have the X, James. It's one of those things you can really abuse. They're going to get a tier 2 out of this. Nando, he's already got the armlet. And it looks like he'll go straight into a Sergeant Yasha next. Puck. Got the Veil. The items coming out so fast from Execration. And you've got to remember, this Izducks team was a team that just stomped the last team they played against. But just getting completely outplayed now, and it looks like Nemo's in big trouble here. Nando, can he get the slow? It doesn't even matter. James is there. He's got the coil, and look at that. Nemo just gives up. He knows he's dead. There's just no chance. When you've got 4 around you, and James has got the coil available, there's just no chance you're going to get out of that one. So again, 17-1 now. Looks like Nando's going to go straight back and keep farming, try and get that Sanjin Yasha. But it does appear that they want to finish this game as early as possible. Obviously, they want to do that simply due to the fact that they're going to have to go through so many games throughout the qualifier. So the faster they can finish games, the earlier they can go to sleep or relax. Because they're going to have to, do the quarter, semis, and grand finals later on. Well, I believe it's in a day or two, but you don't want to go through a 10-hour day of Dota only to have to sleep very late and wake up and do it all over again, but against the best teams in the qualifier. So naturally, they want to try and finish these games as soon as possible. Oh, Raging Potato. He's looking for someone right now. Is he scared of them? Yes, of course he is. There's 3 around. Was that a Sentry Wood? No, just an Observer. But it looks like he'll find Throwheart. And he'll find God Bless as well. Spy Carapace used, but he'll find the Troll Waller. That's the biggest target. Actually blinks back. Now the Hex comes out, and that's onto the Puck. The stun is there onto the Wisp, and again, Throwhard just dies straight away. God Bless will be the next target. Joker's trying to help here, but it's not really going to be of any effect. Raging Potato is now on a mega kill. Nemo, he's been X, he's been turreted, he's been boat. I mean, the Coconut as well, and the Witch Doctor lets it go, and my goodness, the Death Ward is perfectly placed. Nemo, he's still alive through all this, but Nakes is there as well. Nando's going to find the kill, and it looks like almost a full team wipe. The only one that's able to back off is actually God Bless. So 22-1 right now, and I'm kind of scared to look at this, but the net worth, 13 minutes in, it's at 20k in the way of Execration. So the Filipinos really showing their strength right now. Obviously, they're doing it for their country. People are watching. Bit of pressure on them, but right now they're really showing their strength. Raging Potato again, going for another gank, and it looks like he's going to find Joker. He'd want an easier target though. Joker might be a bit tanky for him. He finds a troll as well. He's just scouting. Who's that over there? It's James. So James is going to jump in here. And yeah, they go straight on troll. And it's really as easy as that. In fact, Raging Potato, he keeps going, but he has no mana available. Just looking at these items as well, from the side of the die, it just doesn't look very good for them right now. They've got nothing on their carry. They've just got treads, literally. Joker's got just phase boots. The Troll's got phase boots. Like, there's literally nothing going on. All outer towers are now gone as well. We'll see if Izdux can pull anything back their way. It really only takes one good team fight for them to pull the game back. And like I said, it feels like they do have the stronger late game, but at this point, Execration is just really playing everything perfectly. They're not giving anything away. In fact, James thought about it. Didn't want to make the jump though. Raging Potato, he'll probably join his team soon. But right now, he's out of mana. He might have to go use that shrine, and yeah, it's available. So probably use the shrine and then go help his team out. Maybe get a Rax or two. This could be a 20-minute game, to be honest with you. Nakes has already got enough gold to get the full Sanjin Yasha as well. Is there a smoke? No, there's not. Joker just using the ulti, but just trying to delay that knight as much as he can, but it's just not looking very good for them. Raging Potato. Can he find somebody? I'm sure he can. It's just a question of whether his team's going to be there to back him up. Well, looks like they might make a gank at top lane. They're just waiting for someone to show themselves. Lumic looks like he's just trying to bait somebody out. Meanwhile, bot lane, James is going to make a jump, but doesn't commit. But literally one combination without the coil committed took down more than half the HP. Now they go into the Night Stalker, take him out straight away. First, you see him for about a second, and then he disappears. And now we see Nando. He's taken the Roshan himself. He's going to have some help here from the Witch Doctor coming in, but he's got the full Deso. So he decided to skip the Sanjin Yasha completely for the time being, rather to get the Deso, so they can actually push towers very fast. So with this Deso and this Aegis, I think they're going to go straight for a tier 3. I don't think they're actually going to wait around at all. Looks like Raging Potato still playing around the enemy base. Now Aegis has been taken. He actually goes in, and he's going to go and troll Puck's there as well. And James has actually got a Dagon. Easy kills for the side of Execration. It's 25-1 so far. It's a 25k net worth lead, and it's approaching 30k pretty fast. Lumic Almost got that mechanism, but it's not really going to matter anyway. Nando is just so farmed right now. He doesn't really need anyone to heal him. He's got the Witch Doctor, if need be. And yeah, they're going to go straight for this tier 3. Can the side of Izdux defend? Nando scares them off with the Rage immediately. The tier 3 taking quite a lot of damage. It's just a matter of whether they can engage. And in fact, Raging Potato just destroys the Wisp. Wisp has no buyback, although Wisp is only level 5, so he'll be back in a second. 5 Joker, he's in big trouble. Nando just ripping him apart. Now the Reality Rift onto Kunkka. The Death Ward dropped as well. Nothing really going on though. Everyone's just dying. James, he takes another one out. Now Troll Warlord, he's trying to be saved by Throwheart. Another Reality Rift coming out from Chaos Knight, but it just doesn't matter. The tier 3's melting. Nando's not really scared of a thing right now. He is low health, but he's got the Aegis. In fact, he just commits it. Tier 3 is down now as well. Question is, will they just go for the racks? I think they just might. Another X TP from the Puck. Nando been silenced up. Reality Rift. Oh, and Puck again makes the jump onto Throwheart. Now the stun does miss from Raging Potato, but it doesn't really matter. The Rax is almost gone. The Reality Rift again. The Torrent, who's it on? No, the boat misses as well. Nando, he goes in. And they're fighting at the fountain right now. Raging Potato on a godlike streak again. And Raging Potato, is he going to die? No, it doesn't look like he will. Another stun onto the Chaos Knight. It's 3 down so far. No buybacks available. Reality Rift again from Nemo. But they just can't find the kills. First rack's gone, and they're going to go for a second. Nando is still full HP. And because of that Deso, they can just take the tier 3 so fast. No buybacks available on the opposing team as well, so God bless, giving a shout out to Twitch. And it looks like they've given up. But they're being good sports about it. Indeed, it is a disaster. Joker, he's going to silence, but it's not going to matter. Nando slows him, I should say, and look at the damage. And then the Dagon comes out from James. Now they'll get a double kill into James. Can they get a triple? No, they can't. Nando will take that. And it's 4 down so far. Will they dive the fountain to take this troll out? It looks like James is thinking about it. And no, they call the GG. They've had enough. And oh my goodness, double stun. Raging Potato showing off some skill before he finishes the game. And that will be the first game going to Execration, which will mean they go to the next round. Guys, I'm going to pretty much try and get into the lobby as fast as I can, so just stick with me. I'll see if it's up already. And if it is, you'll see it. If not, obviously I'll tell you that it's going to be a bit of a wait, but hold out with me, guys. I'll put some music on for the time being, and I'll be back with you guys in a couple minutes while I look for the lobby. Hold on. guys. It looks like these teams right now. Let me just get the names for you guys. So it's going to be Real Chew versus God Clan. This game has to happen before Execration is back up, because the winner of this game will verse Execration. So I figure instead of just waiting for the next 40 minutes, we may as well just cast this game so we can see what the team versing Execration is going to be like next round. So yeah, one of these teams will guaranteed be versing Execration. So if you guys want to watch, just keep with me. Like I said, Execration's not playing until this game's over. So we may as well just cast it and see what they're like. I'll be back with you guys when we're in the draft screen, okay? Looks like there may be some troubles with one of these teams, because it looks like that one of the teams is missing a player, as you can see in the lobby. So if they don't resolve it within 2 minutes, then I believe the team that has their full squad here will just go straight to Execration. So, I mean, I don't wish anything bad upon either team, but within 2 minutes, we're going to probably be casting Execration all over again. So guys, again, stick around with me. I'm waiting for these guys. They didn't really believe I was a caster, so they thought I was the player. But anyway, we'll find out soon, guys. Right back with you guys in a sec. Guys, there'll probably be a couple minutes wait while the bot sorts out who won. Well, not who won, but which team had all their players and which didn't. So we're going to have to wait a couple minutes probably before the new lobby's up, but it looks like we're just going to go straight into Execration versus, I think it's God Clan that they're going to verse. So it'll be probably about a couple minutes till they sort out the lobby. So guys, I'm going to put on the Bearer back screen, put on the music, and yeah, you'll see me in lobby in a second. So, according to admins, just letting you guys know, according to the admins, if a player doesn't show up for a team, like in this situation, then it takes approximately 15 minutes for their automatic bot to realize and then make the next round. So, apologies for the clock, running down time, but probably showing the wrong time. It's, from this point on, according to admins, it should take about another 10 minutes before the lobby's up. So, yeah, we'll have to stick around, guys. another 10 minutes or so. I'm literally watching the lobbies as they go by, so I'm waiting and I'll be in as soon as possible. Otherwise, guys, if you guys want to wait around as usual, thank you very much for doing so. Consider following if you enjoy my casting, because, it's a dream of mine, so any support is definitely appreciated, and I'll be doing this over the next 4 days, probably for at least 12 to 16 hours a day. Next up is Europe after the sea scene. But yeah, guys, be right back with you again, just waiting for the lobby. Alrighty, guys. Well, we're back in. So, I mean, I don't really like to say, we're lucky that the other team didn't show up, because that's kind of slack for the other team. But we kind of are in a way, because then we get to go straight back into Execration and not waste too much time. So, good and bad news. Obviously, good news for us, bad news for another 4 guys who, 5th place just didn't show up.
10 seconds remaining.
Looks like the band's coming out.
Dire team ban.
Meepo will be the first ban out again from Execration. They just don't want to play against it. Hey Azure, how you doing?
Seconds remaining.
Well, looks like we'll be going to the bans. I'm just responding to some chat messages.
Team ban.
Looks like the some of the boys from the previous game have shown up in the chat, so it's good to see them coming in and trying to get some viewer experience going. I mean, it's not, you don't generally want to have to play against Execration in the second round of all teams. But, Azure was even just saying right now it was a good experience, which it absolutely is. It really shows you the difference in level that these guys are at, but it definitely teaches you that, you've got a long way to go, but you're not that far. I mean, you played it against Execration of all people. So, still a pleasure, really, to play against them, I'm sure. First pick coming out now for Execration.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Interestingly enough, Execration actually taking their time right now to take that first pick. Last game, they were extremely fast. But maybe realizing that as you go through the rounds, you definitely want to be a bit careful not to get cocky. There's a Tusker.
Radiant team pick.
Leaves a lot to be thought about though. We'll see what this side of God Clan want to do. Kunkka's the first pickup.
Radiant team pick.
So there's your roaming Kunkka already. What would be the second pickup here from God Clan?
10
I don't know by how much they won the other round.
5 seconds.
So we don't know too much about them.
Reserve time.
But considering they've got onto this round, in fact, we'll check which round it is. Because I'm not 100% sure. Let me see. So we're at the round of 256 now. So they've made it to that round, 256. You can't underestimate that. That is still a decent achievement.
Team ban.
And you never know what they're going to pull out here. But there's a Shadow Shaman and then followed by a Darkseer from Execration. Darkseer, it's one of those heroes. No matter how much you nerf the damn thing, it just never gets old. Pro teams still want to pick it up.
10 seconds.
It's just that much of a good hero, really.
5 seconds remaining.
Here's a puck ban. So maybe God Clan saw what happened last game and getting rid of that puck who just... James just completely dominated the mid lane with the puck.
Radiant team ban.
Legion Commander ban. They did the same thing last game.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We'll see what they're going to ban out for this fourth ban now.
Reserve time. Ban.
Disrupt is an interesting ban. I really wasn't expecting that, and I can't imagine Execration would have really chosen it, but in fact, it would have made a bit more sense if God Clan had picked it up, but they've already got that hard support in the Shaman, so probably no space for it. It's just that obviously Disrupt is very good against Darkseer, because he just surges away, but then you can glimpse him back, and then his surge pretty much becomes absolutely useless.
Seconds remaining.
Juggernaut ban as well, so they just want to get rid of these hard carries.
5 seconds remaining.
It feels like Execration is just going to ban Meepo every time as well as a first ban. And I mentioned it last time, last game that I was casting with Execration, but it's one of those heroes, the Meepo, where if you get this amazing Meepo player, they might just beat you in the game. And Execration really don't want to give it away, because obviously winning the open qualifiers will then let them go to the regionals, and then if they place good enough there, then they'll go to the TI, then they'll go to the international. So you don't want to give anything away. And like I've said before, Execration, they've got a long day ahead of them. Third pick taking a while now. A lot of reserve time being used from the side of God Clan.
Timbersaw.
And it's a Timbersaw.
Dire team.
Interesting. I would consider that sort of a strange pick, but maybe they've got an amazing Timbersaw player. There's just no real reason for them to pick up a Timbersaw this early. Because Execration hasn't really shown their hand yet. They also have a Darkseer, which if they put the Darkseer against the Timbersaw... excuse me. If they put the Darkseer against Timbersaw in lane, I mean, Darkseer is just going to dominate him with the Iron Shells.
Reserve time.
Well, third pickup now. A lot of reserve time again being used, which is unusual for Execration, but they're taking this team a lot more seriously. Perhaps God Clan played very well last game and they're a bit, worrisome to play against. Ursa Warrior will be the pickup.
Radiant team pick.
Obviously Ursa very good against Timber. The Fury swipes stack up. Titmosaur pretty much gets ripped to shreds by Ursa. I mean, then again, who doesn't? But against a Titmosaur with that reactive armor, Ursa's just one of those heroes that can actually combat him pretty well. Uh-oh.
Dire team.
That's a problem. Alright, boys. Get your pillows out. We've got a Naga in the game. I hope you're all sleepy. Doesn't matter anyway. You're gonna get put to sleep by this Naga.
10 seconds remaining.
He's hoping we're not in for a 5-hour game.
5 seconds remaining.
On the bright side, though, if it is a long game, at the very least, it means that as soon as we get out of this game, the other team that's going to be waiting for Execration will probably be sitting there waiting. And then we can go straight into this next game, but there's a Shadow Fiend.
Radiant team banned.
Execration doing the opposite thing, they want to finish this game fast. The Ursa and the Shadow Fiend make that very possible. Not to mention the Darkseer and the Tusk are pretty good as well. It looks like they just need a final support pickup here on the side of Execration.
Dire team banned.
What that'll be is the real question here. OD banned out.
Dire team pick.
So they don't want that OD up against the Shadow Fiend, which is absolutely fair enough. Obviously OD very good with the Timbersaw as well, because that passive allows Timber to heal up the mana every time he uses a spell. So Timbersaw would literally just never run out of mana in a team fight with an OD.
5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
The final pickup now. They've got about 40 seconds left. But like I said, like last game, they're just going to talk a bit, make sure everyone knows exactly what they're doing. And then they'll pick the hero. They obviously know exactly what they want right now. I mean, it's probably going to be a support pick anyway, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. And there's a line, yeah, so it's very good against the Naga illusions. Because mana... Oh my god. Well... You know, I thought it wasn't going to get worse. I thought Naga Siren, okay, we can deal with that. Yeah. Now there's a Tinker. That's, pretty disgusting. So, the side of, God Clan, they're taking it very seriously. They're going to delay this game as long as they possibly can. And I can't blame them. Because, you know, if you can beat Execration, that's a big deal. Execration, though, they need to do this fast. Like, they need to finish this game within 30 minutes, it feels like. Otherwise, Tinker and Naga Siren are just never going to let them push. My goodness, this is one of the most cancerous drafts I've ever seen in my life. This is disgusting. And I saw Mr. I. He's sitting there making some emotes, doing the Craigasm. No, you're gonna learn in just a second. Definitely no Craigasm. No Craigasm with this draft from God Clan. Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to go through the drafts and we'll see who's going where. So, on the side of the Radiant, we've got Reizo. He'll be playing that Tinker. Timbersaw is being played by Goat. We have a Shadow Shaman being played by Death Eater. Kunkka is being played by Octroy, I believe. And Coolsies is playing the Naga Siren. Good luck, have fun's going around the map. Raging Potatoes on the Tuskar. We have Ursa being played by Nando. We have Lumik. He's playing the Lion this time around. We have James on the SF. And finally, we have Mr. Squiggly Lines on the Darkseer, who we'll probably just call Darkseer because, like I said, there's no real name there. And we'll see if they can snipe the bounty rune again this time. A lot of pings going out. Looks like they're just trying to determine where the wards have been placed. And it appears they probably already know that there's an observer ward right here. And yeah, Lumik's already taken care of it, so it's going to be a bit of a disadvantage for the Radiant side already. And looks like Octroy places an observer ward again right in front of the Ursa. Obviously he didn't know the Ursa was there, but you probably should have guessed. Meanwhile, bot lane, Raging Potato with the Iron Shell. He's going to pretty much confirm the bounty rune for his team. And yeah, they'll take that off. So that's 3 bounties again. Lumik, top of the last hits board right now, thanks to the observer ward, of course. And we'll see how this game goes. James will be up against Reizo. Not the worst lane in the world for a SF. It can be a bit hard because of the laser, of course. But looks like he's already get those souls up fairly fast. He's already got 2. Misses the 3rd one, but nevertheless, he's already on his way. On the safe lane for the Dire, we have Lumik and Nando. And actually, Nando's going to already have a go at Octroy. Obviously, Goat's going to have to be careful himself. And actually, they have a go here on Death Eater, but they missed the shards. And you've got to remember, the shards have become a lot harder to hit ever since you have to aim them at the ground rather than a hero. So a lot of players seem to be having issues with it, but Death Eater's got to be so careful here. He's going to get jumped on. Raging Potato has the shards available. He will connect them now, and Death Eater's going down here. He tries the shackle, but Darkseer will get the kill with the Iron Shell. James copying a bit of harassment, but he'll be okay. Oh, actually, he's got to be careful. In top lane, Goat goes down. Early kill for Goat. I mean, I know he was in trouble with the Ursa, but that's a bit early. Raging Potato now gets shackled up. Octroy's there as well. He has the torrent, but doesn't really chain it. Now Death Eater gets stunned up, but I don't think they can really kill Raging Potato here. He's too tanky. Unless they can connect the torrent, which obviously they can't because he completely missed it. But nevertheless, top lane Nando, he's being a real pain for Goat. But this is exactly what the Ursa needs to do. Don't waste any time. Just destroy the Timbersaw while you can. Especially in this early game. Chains missed by Goat, and I think he probably should be glad he missed that because this is what's going to happen. Goat, yeah, he's not going to be able to outrun him. Nando gets another kill for himself. And mid lane, Reizo looks like he's losing his life, and in fact, James gets the last raise. And we should mention, of course, the Radiant draft is very greedy. So the early game will automatically go to the side of the Dire, assuming they play it well. But more than likely, looks like, yeah, Octroy almost dies again. Oh my goodness, what a dodge. He's got the phase boots as well, Nando. He's got to be careful though. The chain from Goat, if they can get this kill, this is actually massive. But Nando's just too damn fast. And he'll back out of there. Meanwhile, bot lane, Coolsies is in trouble. There's a stun in from Raging Potato. And I think Naga's dead. In fact, they block. They predict where to block, and then they do so. And they both get out scot-free, no punishment. 5-0 so far. It's a very, very good start. James, top of the last hits board, farming very well. Followed by his mate Ursa, but then of course Ursa has gotten 2 kills already. So Ursa should be at top of the net worth board. And yeah, Mr. Eyes just made a good point in chat as well. They are going to fight over CS, of course. And yeah, the draft is probably way too greedy for Radiant, but if they can hold out, then that may make a difference. And James gets a kill again, but he's actually in trouble here. He finds himself a haste rune, or the march. He's gonna die. No, he won't. The stun in from Raging Potato, and James wants to go back. He's bottling up. Octroy, he's in big trouble right now. The Rays will get the kill, and James gives himself a double kill now. Looks like I'm gonna have to keep a real close eye, because these guys are finding kills where they shouldn't be. Causes farm not going too bad, but not going the best either. And it looks like Darkseer again gonna go in. In fact, he's probably gonna clean up some illusions here. And old Coolsies, he's gonna get stunned up. The snowball in, and yeah, I think he's dead. Oh no, the shackle from Death Eater. He did that perfectly, and he'll get away with this. And top lane, looks like they're gonna find a kill onto Goat again. And yeah, Death Eater, he'll lose his life, but he sacrificed himself for the Naga, so I would argue it's definitely worth it. It was just beautifully played from Death Eater. He gets the Hex, he shackles the Darkseer. Pretty much the only way he was going to save that Naga, and he did it perfectly. Octroy, only level 2 at this point. Not doing too well, but he's giving Goat that space to farm. That being said, Goat's only level 3 at this point. He's about to hit level 4 with this last hit now. But struggling mid lane meanwhile. They're going to go on Tinker again, and Reizo goes down another time. That's 3 deaths so far on the Tinker, and he's nowhere near that Boots of Travel right now. So Execration really playing this draft perfectly. Look at Nando. He's not scared whatsoever of this Timbersaw. He just goes in, hits him a couple times, walks out. He'll just do it again over and over again with the phase boots. And they last quite a while. They last 20 seconds. So as long as he just hits him once now, it'll go for another 20 seconds. And those stacks will just last. And now Nando, he's going to go for the kill. Meanwhile, James gets another kill. But Nando will pick up the Timbersaw as well. So Goat goes down. And you'll have to excuse me. Apparently I can't catch all these damn kills. James again, double kill. My goodness. 13-0. I apologize for the missed kills. And now they're stealing the stacks as well. James is like, oh, look, a triple stack? Yeah, no problem. I'll take that. I've got a thing called razors. Couple TPs coming bot lane, but it's just for farming purposes. They just need to protect this Naga. How high is the Naga anyway? Only level 4. Being 13-0 at 7 minutes in, I mean, you can't really blame them for being low level. Uh-oh, mid lane again. Reizo. The laser's not going to save him. James will pick up another kill. He's now unstoppable. Meanwhile, top lane, looks like Nando's making another chase onto Goat. He's almost down, but he has the ulti available. Does he want to go? It looks like he's second guessing it, but maybe it's a bait. No, he'll turn around. He's got the ulti. The chain's there, but it does no damage, but it saves Goat for the time being. Oh, the chain. Goat's got to be careful here. He can't overestimate what he can do against this Ursa. And Lumic did come in, and my goodness, Darkseer gets a kill. Again onto Death Eater. I wasn't expecting him to cover this fast. Now Snowpaw, Timbersaw, he's going to go down again. The Hex, can they get the kill? No, the Torrent came in. The Shards blocks him in, but the Chains is good. And this is even more fast-paced than the last game. Oh, chain in from Goat. Bit risky. The Snowball's available. Raging Potato and Lumic's still there. Torrent. Oh, Raging. Is he going to be the first death here? He might be. The stun from Lumic onto 2. Now the Snowball as well. Goat. Is he going to survive? The Shards are there. They do miss Nando. No, they will find a kill. It will be onto that Tuskar. Nando, he's making the chase. He'll probably be able to get Octroy. Meanwhile, James is diving the tier 1 to get kills on Tinker now. And yeah, Nando's still going through all this, and he dives a tier 1 as well. They make them pay for killing one of their teammates.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
18-1 now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Things are getting from bad to worse for the side of God Clan. James is also taking the tier 1 on his own.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He's got a Boots of Travel, which is rather strange for an SF to get that first item, but I think he's very confident in his ability to play SF, especially in this greedy kind of game that they're in. Just wants to make kills happen real quick. Goat, he's going to get jumped on again. Can Lumic get the stun? Yes, he gets the Hex actually, and that'll be enough. The stun's there, and they'll get the kill onto Goat again. Meanwhile, mid lane, Razo. He's going to get jumped on here. James, can he get the kill? Oh, the Shards is good. Snowball as well. Raging Potato punches him in the face and gets the kill. Now, Coolsies. The double Iron Shell. He can't farm when that's up. And in fact, he hastes the... he surges the creep to deal a bit more damage to that Naga. Coolsy's just getting so low right now. Look at this. I mean, how do you even go up against that as a Naga Siren? Nando farming so well at the moment. 10 minutes in. Morbid Mask, Phase Boots, and a Blink Dagger. And James has got to stop. I can't keep up with this bloke anymore. And he's got a double kill. He's jumping under a tier 1 and getting double kills. Apparently with an Iron Shell with him as well. And Goat now tried to come to help out the poor guy. And now he's going to get attacked.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
14k net worth lead right now. Almost 15k. And they're going to make a jump onto Goat here. Can they get him? James feels confident, but he'll let it go. Meanwhile, Nando, he's going for the Roshan. Does Kunkka know? Yes, he does. Octroy, he walks out of the Roshan pit again. And he'll let it go. Oh, the Torrent? Is he going to steal it? Yes, he does. He snatches it. Nando's not happy about it. He does make it expire anyway. But what a snatch coming out from Octroy. Beautifully played. My goodness, I was really expecting him to just walk it off, but he goes in, gets the Torrent, snatches the Aegis, and makes a fool out of Nando. Does he have the Boots of Travel yet? It doesn't look like it. He's still buying TPs. Yeah, he's nowhere near. He still needs another 2k. Oh, top lane again. They're going to have a go. The finger committed and Naga goes down. Meanwhile, bot lane, they're having a go onto the Shadow Shaman. Now Goat, he'll be the next target. Nando is not happy about that Aegis snatch. There's the vacuum and Goat looks like he'll go down. One more hit. Oh, the Torrent's there again from Kunkka. Could he save him? It looks like he has. Mech committed just in case Ursa's going to go down. And looks like Nando, he's going to run back in. He does have that Blink Dagger. And he's going to go around. Octroy has to be very careful. Meanwhile, Death Eater, he's going to be careful himself. Looks like Octroy will lose his life and Shadow Shaman will be the next target. Now, Raging Potato, good shards, blocks him in. Now the punch, and Nando will take him out. Another kill for the side of the die. 27-1. Oh, and now he's going to make a jump onto Goat again. Goat, he gets the chain off though. He could probably run this one off, but Nando's not scared. Could they get a kill onto him though? It'd be a lot of gold the way the Radiant if they could. He does dodge the Torrent. What a dodge from Nando, my goodness. And the shards does block them a bit. Raging Potato has to be careful here. Looks like they'll let them go for the time being, but 13 minutes in. I mean, I haven't even been able to change the net worth graph, and even the Lion is above all the Radiant heroes. I mean, this is complete domination right now. Octroy, he's coming in. He wants to make something happen, but Nando's not really afraid. And, oh, the snowball back. They'll go in for the Tinker, and Octroy does end up losing his life to James. The tier 2 will end up dropping. There's no way they're going to be able to defend this. And apparently picking up a Naga Siren and Tinker doesn't matter. Goat loses his life again. Raging Potato will survive. And they'll just back off for the time being. They'll probably get the rest of the tier 2s before they commit to any tier 3s. Which is absolutely fair enough. There's still a lot of gold to be made around the map. But they've got a 23k net worth lead right now. They're trying to defend with this march. I mean, Rezo still does not have the boots of travel, nor is he anywhere near it, and it feels like the die just know how to deal with this. Nando's just not scared of anything. Raging Potato's got the snowball. There's the vacuum wall as well. And of course, James just hits like an absolute truck right now. This tier 2 doesn't look like it's going to last very long. Goat literally has nothing. He has brown boots and a poor man's shield. His net worth is 2k. Tinker's net worth is 2.7k. Like, this is unfortunately one of the sad, like, the biggest stomps I've ever seen. Tier 2, not gonna last very long. And looks like they'll head out after that. Indeed, patience. James is about to get a butterfly. This is not good news for God Clan. And they keep finding the stacks as well. They've literally just robbed God Clan of everything on the map. Oh, it looks like they're going to make another jump. Octroy gonna be taken out. Tier 2 top is going to go down. I can't imagine there's going to be any kind of defense here. Oh, yeah, they're going to... Looks like they're just going to go for the tier 3, maybe? Maybe not, apparently. They might just go for the Aegis first, so wait for the Roshan to be up. Which, how long is it going to be? May respawn in 2.5 minutes, so we don't know. Still probably another 3 or 4 minutes to go at least till the Roshan's back up, but that might be the signal to go. Although then again, if they get a couple pickoffs and the God Clan have no buybacks, I mean, I don't think they're going to be scared to jump to tier 2, tier 3s. Go, he's going down. Raging Potato gets a kill on Death Eater. They find 2 pickoffs. Again, no buybacks available. Their net worth is, the highest they have is 3k right now. This is the definition of disaster. Are they going to push the tier 3? Well, they have a double damage. Octroy, don't. My goodness. James spared him pretty much, but Nando, he doesn't feel the same way. He still remembers that Aegis snatch. Now they hex the net as well. Can they kill him? It looks like they can. Nando, he saved himself though. The vacuum... No vacuum actually. The wall was there. No, the vacuum was committed. Never mind. The sleep's there though. From the Naga Siren, James still has a double damage active. Got about halfway to go before it runs out. Raging Potato chasing the Tinker. Now the Hex comes out from Death Eater. The stun though. Tinker's gone. And this tier 3 is 100% gone. Octroy can literally just get physically hit from James. In fact, he was about to celebrate with a Requiem, and he does. Which is a bit of an insult, and that basically makes it so the God Clan call GG. They've had enough. Well, that is an 18-minute GG from Execration, so not making us wait very long for the next game. Guys, I'm going to go quickly look up the next lobby, see if the next team is ready. And hopefully we have a bit more of a competitive game, but we'll find out. Guys, I'll be back in a few minutes as usual. Just hold on with me and yeah, we'll be back soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back very quickly. Luckily, the other team was already ready. We have Execration versus Cyberzone Noosa. So we'll see how this goes. Cyberzone's actually the one to ban out the Meepo this time. So Execration, they won't have to ban out the Meepo for a third time. We'll see what they do ban out though.
5 seconds remaining.
They ban out the tree, which is pretty standard. They've done that every time.
Reserve time.
To answer the questions in chat about whether that game was faster than the first one, yes, it was. I believe the first one, if I remember correctly, it was about 25 minutes that the GG was called. And if I remember correctly, the one that just passed was about 18 or 19 minutes. So Execration beating their better time. See what they want to do this game, but my goodness, this team is looking extremely powerful right now.
Execration's turn to pick.
Definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Jakira being the first pick, not a bad pick. It looks like Execration.
Execration's
They'll go back into the Tusker. Obviously, we saw Raging Potato plays it extremely well. And of course, he is drafting, so he picks up the hero he likes to play, and he thinks he played pretty well, and I can't disagree with him. He played very well last game.
5 seconds remaining.
Guys, if you enjoy the casting, consider following, because I cast practically every day. And like I said, it's a dream of mine to become a professional caster for Dota 2, so any support is appreciated, as in if you follow, if it's supportive, so it's appreciated. Nevertheless, though, obviously, nothing compulsory. There's a tree and protector. My apologies, it's a Nature's Prophet. Don't know where I got tree and protector from, but I suppose they're both trees. Nature's Prophet. Interesting. There's a global presence. Obviously has the push capability. There's another Tinker coming out from Cyberzone.
Turn to ban.
So Cyberzone want to go for the same, looks like the same style, like they realize they're up against a very good team.
5 seconds remaining.
But I don't know if that's the right pickup, because I mean, Execration clearly knows how to deal with it very well. It wasn't actually a problem at all. If anything, it only slightly delayed them finishing the game.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Execration's turn to ban.
You know, I'm kind of waiting, yeah. So Mr. I is saying it in chat, but I'm kind of waiting for someone to at least put up a fight against Execration. Because me casting these fights, like, it's literally just Execration is killing them. There's nothing to it. Like, it's literally just a one-sided battle. Both games, I believe they've only given 1 or 2 kills away. It'd be nice to actually do a play-by-play cast of an actual fight that, you know, is two-sided rather than one, but we'll see what happens. Cyberzone, of course. I believe this is the round of 128 now. I'll just double check while we're waiting, but fairly sure it is.
Execration's turn.
Yeah, it is. So we're in the round of 128.
Radiant team.
So we're going to start seeing teams that are a lot better. And probably going to be able to put up a fight against this this Execration side.
Seconds remaining.
See the Nyx Assassin being picked up. I'm just checking out what the potential future teams are against Execration if they do win, or against Cyberzone. Don't know 100% yet. But it will be the round of 64 next game. Just find out who could be next. So, okay, so the potential for the next game, it doesn't look like it's any big team, like any very popular team, but it looks like the two big teams could clash very soon because we've got Warriors Gaming Youth coming up against, possibly against Execration soon, assuming they win the next couple games. Warriors Gaming Unity is also on the cards. Storm Spirit's rather interesting. We see a Spectre pick as well, but this could be too greedy from the side of Cyberzone.
Silencer.
Uh-oh.
Execration's turn to battle.
Probably the one of the most annoying heroes in the game, apart from like a Viper. You've got the Silencer in the game now. Very good pickup against this Execration side, but again, I'm a bit afraid Cyberzone might be going too greedy with this draft, and I mean, chat, let me know if you agree,
Remaining.
but it does look like they may potentially be going a bit too greedy here.
Reserve time. Seconds remaining.
Bit of time being used for this last ban, but it'll be the Slark.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
We'll see what this last pickup's gonna be. And it's actually a Darkseer, so
Execration's turn to pick.
it's gonna be interesting. I really feel like Cyber went way too greedy with this draft.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
I could of course be wrong, but we saw what happened last game with a very greedy draft against Execration, and they've already got the kind of hero set up to deal with this kind of greed.
Crystal Maiden.
And there's a Crystal Maiden to finish things off. So now you've got that mana regen. Looks like it's So who's in the safe lane then? Is this a safe lane Nature's Prophet and an off lane Nyx? No, it looks like it's a safe lane Nyx because Nando's playing it. Raging Potatoes on the Natures, so he's gonna. What the hell? Well, we're gonna find out soon, I suppose. Very intriguing indeed.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Looks like we'll be going into the game. No compendiums from the Radiant end. Rather surprising. Not willing to support the TI prize pool. Nevertheless, let's go through this draft. See what the side of Cyber can do against his Execration side. We see on the Darkseer, Fi will be playing that. Tinker this time around will be played by Azaru. Spectre being played by Mello. We have a Silencer being played by Navari. And we also have Holic, who will be playing the Jakiro. Meanwhile, on the Dire end, we have Lumic. He'll be on the Tusker this time, so it's not Raging Potato. We have Raging Potato on the Nature's Prophet. Crystal Maiden will be played by the Squiggly Line dude, which we'll call Crystal Maiden. Storm Spirit will be played by James. And of course, Nando will be playing that Nyx Assassin. So, see how this goes. We'll see if this Cyber side can actually put up a fight against this Execration side. Each game they've played on Execration's end, they've always managed to snag another bounty rune, so it's always been 3 going the way of Execration. We'll see if they can pull it off a 3rd time.
30 seconds to battle.
Already the scouting train's coming out. And looks like they're going to go for it here. And yeah, it's going to be contested. Again, the opposing team not interested at all in trying to contest this.
The battle begins.
And yeah, they'll get away with 3 again. And in fact, Fi comes in to try and deal a bit of harass to Nando, but loses in that battle as well. So again, a very good start from Execration. Will be a dual mid lane for the time being. Holic will be there to help out. So James, he's not going to have the easiest time in the world. And this should allow Spectre to farm a bit. Bot lane, I should say, Lumic. He's going on Navari, and I think this could be a kill. The Ice Shards is there, and first blood in 40 seconds. At least we didn't miss it this time. So Lumic will basically get that for Raging Potato, and Raging Potato gets himself a last hit there. Looks like James still struggling a bit because of that Jakiro, but in terms of last hits, he's at the top. So apparently he's not struggling at all. Top lane Fi. He's trying to get something going with these Iron Shells, but Nando doesn't really seem too afraid of him. Oh, is that a push at bot lane? Looks like it is. They're going on to Mello now. A lot of damage coming out. And Mello, if the Ice Shards connect, I'm pretty sure he's dead here. Lumic, he's thinking about it. He's waiting. And he didn't want to throw it out. They'll go on to Navari, who I think they think is an easier kill. And Navari's completely stuck. He'll go down. Actually, the train's blocking. Never mind. They'll get the kill. Now the snowball. Mello's in big trouble here. And I think he's dead again. Raging Potato will pick that one up. Lumic, will he make it out in time? It looks like he will. Holic tried to come help, but just not successful whatsoever. Also meaning, of course, Holic has now left the mid lane, which means James, he's already leading in last hits. Now he's going to have an even easier time. Nando, having a great old time at safe lane. Not struggling at all, apparently, against Faye. And it looks like there will be some kind of gank attempt mid lane. Lumic. He's looking at Azaru, my apologies. And yeah, looks like they're going to make a jump here. Lumic It's got the snowball, got the shards. You've also got the frostbite on the Crystal Maiden. And yeah, they're going to snowball in together. James is going to be there to help out as well. The frostbite's there, and they'll give the kill to James with that remnant. Very easy to take. 4-0. And this is the same storyline every single game with Execration. They just, no matter what they choose and what lanes they go, they seem to dominate the game regardless. Especially the early game. Oh, Mello. Gotta be careful, Lumik. Don't want to mess with this Tusker. Man knows what he's doing. Oh, Darkseer? Nando takes him out. So the Spike Carapace, as well as the stun and the mana burn, apparently takes care of business, and that is very unusual. I was not expecting the Darkseer of all people to go down to a solo Nyx. He's not even level 6 yet either. So no Vendetta was there to be used. Lumik now. Gonna snag himself a bounty rune.
Got it.
The roaming from the side of Execration is just so darn good.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They just seem to know exactly what they're doing around the map. As they should, of course, because, you know, they're a top tier team, but still, just the fact that there's no congestion at all. Now CM's in the mid lane. It looks like Nyx is actually going to have a go Nando. Use the mana burn first. Still no Vendetta. And it doesn't look like he's interested in continuing. Just a bit of harass. Just annoy Fire a bit. And Fire, he has no Soul Ring yet, but it looks like he has the mana for it. Nando has to be slightly careful. Iron Shield does do a lot of damage. Looks like mid lane. They're going to have another go here on Azaru. And yeah, Lumik's already there. There's the Frostbite. The Snowball and Shards are available as well. And they only really need the Shards, but they'll commit the Snowball just in case. Don't want to waste any time within that march. Nando struggling a bit top lane now, but Fire is out of mana completely, so it's not going to be too hard for Nando to stick around now. His HP regen is pretty darn good as well, being at 5 HP regen a second. Oh, looks like Raging Potato could have been in a bit of trouble there, but gets away with it. Side of the Radiant weren't willing to make a dive. Meanwhile, top lane Nando, he's making a chase after Fire.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
But that'll be it. Oh, Nando has to be so careful. But there's a Spike Carapace. Now Lumik's here. He'll throw in. There's a double stun with the Snowball. Now the Shards as well. And the Frostbite committed. And they even use the Vendetta just to ensure that there's no playing around. Execration don't believe in playing with their food. And I don't blame them.
Haste.
James now has the treads. Azaru gonna be in trouble again. This Tusker is such a good pick for these Execration side. They jump in. Azaru gets snowballed. Is there a shards? Yes, there is, and Azaru's going down. Just stood absolutely no chance. There was also a haste available on James, so it's not like the Tinker could actually make a run for it. Meanwhile, bot lane, Raging Potato, he's pushing the tier 1 by himself. That early Blightstone really helps out with that endeavor. Looks like top lane could be where some action's going to be for the side of the Radiant. Nando, he's diving very far. Faye, pretty much baiting at this point. There's a Spike Carapace. The stun misses though. Navari is there. Can they get anything done? He's out of mana on Nando. He has to TP here. The vacuum's there though. Could this be the first kill? Yes, it is. So they do end up getting a kill onto Nando. And that's an 8-1. But nevertheless, a kill is a kill. And actually, Raging Potato, is he in trouble? Yes, he is. The Ice Path's there.
Not for you.
Ping's coming up bot lane onto Raging Potato, but Honestly, it doesn't feel like he's that easy to kill at this point. Now that Lumik's here as well, and he's already de-warding. Oh, they jump onto Azaru again, but the March is actually making James back off, and he might be in trouble here. The Rocket, he does dodge it. Nando gets a kill onto the Tinker anyway. And Navari's left alone now, so Nando, if he has that stun, in fact, he might not even need it because the snowball's there from Lumik. Now Navari, he's definitely going down. Nando, he just needs to get one stun here. Can he get it? The jukes? No, it doesn't matter. The stun will connect regardless of how many jukes you make. Raging Potato farming very well for himself. Top of the last hits. But let's bring up the net worth. And 4 of the 5 heroes from the Dire are the top of the net worth board as well. Nando making a jump in, and Azaru, he's in trouble. James is here as well, and the Spike Carapace just works so well against the March. Actually, Raging Potato gets a kill. Where the hell did he go? Top lane, they end up taking out Fi, and the rest of the Dire just get away scot-free. Nando, he's baiting right now. Navari, is he going to go for it? The stun misses. Nando's not really scared, but James, he'll go in, and Navari, he's going to lose his life to James. Now the Ice Path misses, and Nando's just styling over them right now. And there's just nothing they can really do about it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Top lane being pushed as well from Raging Potato. Yeah, there's no defense. They really couldn't even if they wanted to. Mellow. Oh no, Raging Potato comes straight in. There's the shards and the punch, and Mellow, he's going down. Stood absolutely no chance. The Spectre is just terrible at the early stages of the game, and without any farm, it just never gets online. Now the jump in from James again, and Azaru, luckily for him, he walked a bit back, so James did not want to commit any further because he missed the initial zip. That being said though, Azaru does now have a double damage. I mean, apologies, James has a double damage. So he may choose to make the jump. Navari has to be careful. There's the jump, and with that double damage, it's very quick. Quick and easy, and in fact, they're going to keep going here. The shards hit, and Azaru ends up losing his life as well.
You've got another thing coming.
Things, again, going from bad to worse. They'll take the tier 1 in mid. No congestion at all. James, he's letting that Arcane Curse continue to basically eat away at the HP. Actually, look at this. Fi, he vacuums back. Jakiro trying to help, but there's just nothing he can do. Now Nando going to keep chasing it, looks like, but Raging Potato, he doesn't want a bar of it. He'll back off, and they'll be happy with that. Currently 17-1. Oh, wait a minute. Nando! Still around the area, apparently gets a kill onto Holic. Now they're going to go into Zaru. The Spike Carapace, the Mana Drain as well. Spectre actually TP's in now. But can they get the kill onto the Mage's Prophet? Raging Potato, he's got no TP. I think he's lost here. Yeah, he does end up dropping, and he gives a mega kill streak away to Mellow of all people on the Spectre. So now if Spectre wants to go for that Vanguard, he's pretty much almost got it. And you can't underestimate those kind of kills, because they do mean a lot, especially when you're this far behind. That being said, of course, I mean, it's a 15k net worth, reaching towards 20 soon. So, I mean, it doesn't look too good for the side of the Radiant, let's be fair, but... some people calling that this game could end earlier than the last one. Azaru looks like he's going to get caught out here from Nando. The Vendetta. There it is. The stun. Can he connect it? No, but the silence is there from Silencer. James actually jumped in, but unfortunately the silence screwed him up. But he jumps back in. Azaru, he's going to get taken down. Looks like the Vortex committed, and yeah, James is going to take him out. Azaru did actually end up dropping Nando, though. So that's still a big deal for Azaru. Looks like they're going to try and go for a fight here on the side of Execration. I mean, apologies, the side of the Radiant Cyber. Tier 2 now, being attacked though, Lumic. He's not really afraid. He can really protect his team as much as he wants to. Look at the shards. Knowing exactly where they're going to be. Now James comes in, Vortex onto the Jakiro. The wall's not going to do anything. The snowball's there. The CM ultimate committed as well. And Tier 2 will be taken out. Mello trying to go for a kill here. James is very low in that Arcane Curse, being very frustrating for him. But I just don't know how they're actually going to kill them. The rockets dodged from James, and yeah, he'll be fine. Meanwhile, Nando coming in from the backlines. They're going to go in again. The snowball. Azaru, can he get the kill onto Lumic? It looks like he just might, but the stun comes in from Nyx. Nando, he saves the day almost anyway. Tusk ends up losing his life regardless. Holic, he's the next target. The Macropie has been dropped. I don't know if it's going to matter because James isn't really scared. The vacuum's massive though. They'll get one kill. CM goes down, and Raging Potato, can he get killed? No, it looks like he won't. Nando is there to protect him. It's a 2 for 4, but not the worst trade in the world, honestly, for the side of the Radiant. They pretty much need anything they can get at this point. Still, though, it feels like all the gold and the XP exchanges are just going the way of Execration. Uh-oh. Looks like Mello's been caught out again, but Raging Potato not going to be able to finish him off. The dagger does allow him to walk through the trees.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stupendous.
Dire's middle tower is under. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Nando scouting again. Zaru has to be so careful. If he walks away from that tier 2, he's basically dead. Roshan being attempted now from Execration. With that Solar Crest, makes it very, very easy to take down Roshan. Doesn't look like any kind of defense attempt is coming from the side of Cyber either. They're just in no position to try and defend this. And in fact, the Treants are there anyway to scout if necessary, but Roshan will go down fast enough. They'll probably give it to James as well. Meanwhile, Nando's just pushing bot lane. And now again, like last game, the net worth is all in the way of the Dire. Although Specs, you know, they're farming a bit better than the previous team, but Execration just not giving any leeway. They even picked a draft with no real carry.
This'll come in handy.
And it doesn't really matter, apparently. Oh, James. Just taking out the creep wave, apparently.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane also being taken out. James looks like he's going to try and split mid a bit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower.
And you know, I don't know if they're even going to bother stopping here. After that tier 2 mid that goes down, I really don't know if they'll bother stopping because they already have the Aegis. They also have the Bloodstone on James, so he's going to have that mana available to him, and he's going to be happy to die once he's out of mana anyway.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Obviously not the easiest to go past March, but they have the perfect heroes to take out the Tinker. And I'm fairly sure there's no buyback available on the Tinker anyway. Oh no, never mind, there actually is. But James jumps in onto the Darkseer. Oh, the silence is there. Fire. Now the Spec Ultimate, the Macropyre as well as the Vacuum. This actually could be good for the side of the Radiant. Nando, he's stuck right now. I think he might actually die. No, the Snowball comes in onto 3. Tinker actually goes down. Now Holic, he's going to be the next target. Tinker not buying back at this point. Mello, he's going down as well, it looks like. That's 3 down just from the side of James. And he's going to go after Fire now, I think. And there's nothing really stopping him. He's got the Vortex in a couple seconds. He's got unlimited mana pretty much. And Fire uses the Shrine. James will let him go because he's running out right now. Raging Potato is split pushing while all this is happening.
Radiant's top tower
And they might have actually forced them back now. They've given enough time for Raging Potato to do a lot of damage to the tier 3, but he probably wants to at least take it out so they can get some shrines going. But no. Looks like they'll all rotate, group up, and try again. James even getting lucky enough to find himself a regeneration rune. It should be noted, of course, Azaru still does not have Boots of Travel. This is exactly what happened last game to the Tinker. Nando. Ice Path does connect, but the Spike Carapace was there. Oh, James, he's jumping in, and they'll go straight onto Mello, and Mello loses his life. Just not a real issue for James. He can really jump on anyone right now. Tier 3, gonna go down. James not really scared at all. Actually, there's a stun on the Tinker. Spike Carapace. There's the back wall, though, from the Darkseid, but the Snowball saves him. Holic, he's going to go down as well. Now the Ice Path, and it looks like Darkseid's going to lose his life. The tier 3's down. Fi, he can't get out of there. It's 4 down so far for the side of Cyber, and it looks like they're losing Arax here. Where the hell is that tree? Raging Potato diving the fountain pretty much. Mello is back up, but what can he do by himself? At the very least, this Rax is going down, but I don't see them really being able to defend the second Rax. Unless the side of Execration want to back off. And I feel like a broken record saying this every game, but this is exactly what's happening. But sooner or later, there's going to come a team that's going to put up a good fight against Execration, because we know the Warriors Gaming guys are around. Tinker gets vortexed in, will get taken out. The silence is too late. Navari can't do anything about it. Tier 3 being taken out as well. Raging Potato concentrating on objectives. Second tier 3, now the melee Rax is going to be the target. In fact, look at this. CM herself is standing at the fountain. Even CM's not scared. James, he comes in, the Vortex. The double stun from Nando. Now the third onto Darkseid. Oh my goodness. 3 down for the side of the Radiant again, and they're called, I think they're going to call GG here. I think they've had enough. Maybe just waiting it out a bit, but I don't know how they could possibly defend this game any longer. So many treants, the drums as well from Raging Potato, just speeding everything up. He's even got an Aghanim Scepter, for God's sakes. And yeah, this is going to be mega creeps for the side of Execration. Another 20-minute game, it looks like. Not beating the previous game time, but they've pretty much played about an hour's worth, maybe a bit less than an hour for 3 games now. CM gets 4-staffed in, will get taken out. So now they're having a bit of fun anyway. James, he wants to go for some kills, I'm sure. He's got a Bloodthorn now. Oh, and they're jumping into the Darkseid. Nando gets a double stun again. Will it matter? No, they won't even follow up. No, never mind, they will. Tusker comes in, the Warriors Punch. No, the Ice Path saves him, but James, he has a different impression here, and he'll get the kills. He'll get all the kills, in fact. Full team wipe, and James got to be careful not to die to the Macro Pyre. But yeah, it doesn't matter. It just does not matter, and yeah, another GG. Mercy being called out from Holic. Please, for the love of God, give him some mercy. Jakiro buys back, although he asks for mercy. James standing in the fountain while he kills him. And that is GG again. So we'll be going to the round of 128 or 64, I think. I'll double check in a second. Guys, I've got to go see if the next lobby is up because I don't want to miss it. I'm sure you guys don't want to miss it either. So give me a couple minutes and I'll let you know what's going on. All right, guys, bit of an update. So we're waiting on there's two teams playing against each other right now. One of them called QSGR and the other one called Lunjian. So winner of that one will be playing up against Execration. That being said, though, they've literally just gone into the draft screen. In fact, no, they've just got into the game. So the draft's over, but they've got into the game. But that's probably going to mean there's going to be at least a 30-minute wait time before the next game starts, because we have to wait for that team to finish. And as well as that, unfortunately, because the game, like the draft started before our game finished, I could not get into the lobby in time to be able to cast that game. So we're probably just going to wait this one out. It doesn't look like there's any overly interesting games going on that we can look into at this point, like that haven't started yet. So I'm looking for some big teams, but they're all playing at this point. So we're just going to have to wait this one out. But to give you guys an update, basically Execration now in the round of 64. So the next game they play will be for the 64. Then after that, if they win, they'll get to the round of 32. Now, we can take guesses as to who will be playing against them, because I know you guys are saying you want to see someone put up a fight against these guys. I can give you a couple guesses as to who it could be that could possibly be up against them in just a moment as I'm checking. Give me one sec, guys. Let me just see if I can find any info. All right, so assuming they win their next game, the options are there could be Warriors Gaming Youth. They could be versing them. There's also Genesis G. There's a couple other teams, but I think the most likely candidate that will be up against them after this next game will be Warriors Gaming Youth, assuming they win all their games. So what we're going to do is we're going to have to wait for these two teams to finish so then they can verse Execration. And assuming Execration wins, then there's a very high likelihood that Warriors Gaming Youth will be versing them. That being said, their Warriors Gaming is currently in a game, and then they'll have to win another game before they get to Execration, which will be basically in the round of 32 is where they would meet Warriors Gaming Youth if they won the next game. So if you guys want to wait around, like I said, it's probably going to be 20 minutes, half an hour, but I'm constantly checking to see when the lobby's up, of course. Otherwise, of course, you can check out other streams. Consider following the Twitch channel. Like I said, dream of mine to cast full time, so any support is definitely appreciated. Otherwise, guys, I'm going to put some music on. I'll keep you guys updated as to what the hell's going on with the other teams, okay? So, yeah, just wait around with me, and I guess we'll both wait together to see what happens. Guys, looks like the opponent of Execration, the next opponent, I should say, still waiting on them. They've been playing, well, the two teams have been playing against each other for over 40 minutes now, I believe about 45, so I can't imagine it's going to be too much longer before the lobby's up. So I'm just sticking around waiting for that. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about the teams, but yeah, thanks a lot for waiting, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, it really shouldn't be that much longer, unless they've got some crazy kind of like high ground defense going on right now. It shouldn't be too much longer till we're into the next game of Execration. So stick around. Again, be back with you when the lobby's actually up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this. Well, we're following Execration, but they finally found an opponent. Langjian will be the winners, and they'll be versing Execration straight away. Guys, this time around, I've got an analyst with me, Mr. Stinky Pie. Stinky, how you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Glad to be here.
Indeed, I'm glad to have you here because you know, me not the best analyst in the world, so having you probably going to help out a bit. But as far as you're concerned, you're probably going to be doing a few stats and things like that, but not talking too much.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, we'll see how this game goes. We were under the impression that Warriors Gaming Warriors Gaming Youth might be the ones that pull through to get to the round of 32 where they would be up against Execration. However, Genesis were the ones that actually pulled through. So we'll see how that game goes and how this game goes, and we'll see what happens. But Langjian made it pretty far, so they must be a fairly decent team to get to this point. We'll see what this...
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, actually, because Warriors Gaming Youth have run into Execration before, and the last time they met, it was a best of 5. They took that victory 3-0, so they seem to be Execration's kryptonite. This time round, they're not even going to be facing them in the round of 32, so definitely a sigh of relief there for Execration.
Yeah, a bit of good luck coming their way. We're already into the draft. We see Treant Protector picked up this time. Now, with Execration, they've banned out the Treant every single time, as well as the Meepo. This time around, they pick the Treant Protector. And Venomancer Sanking will be the counter picks. Bit scary though. I mean, Meepo's still in the pool. If you've got a good Meepo player, it's probably better, it's going to be picked up guaranteed. So I don't know how this is going to go for them, but be interesting to see. Hopefully we see at least a good fight, because every single game I've casted for Execration so far has been an absolute stomp. They've completely destroyed everybody.
We are a few rounds in, though, so we'll see if these guys put up a better fight this time.
Indeed. Let's hope so anyway. Execration this time around, taking a bit more time to pick this second pick. Usually they've been picking rather fast. Puck will be the pickup. We saw James play it before. Obviously knows what he's doing. He, again, stomped everybody with that puck. Ban's coming out now for the side of Langjian. I'm intrigued. I'm really intrigued to see if these guys can actually put up a fight, but I'm assuming they can.
Yeah, then their last game, which they did win, obviously, to reach here, they did use that Sand King too and paired it up with Razor. Plenty of early game fighting heroes. I think the TA has made an appearance for Langjian as well, so lots of early fighting. Does seem to be what Execration have gone for as well, so both these teams really looking to beef up that early team fighting potential.
Well, as you say that, Sneaky, the TA gets banned out straight away from Execration, so looks like they have the same idea you do, and they get rid of it straight away. Bit scared of it. I think perhaps they actually respect Langjian a lot more than the other teams they've played against, because it really feels like they're actually making serious bans and serious picks this time around.
Oh yeah, I mean, you definitely have to. It's a best of 1. Pretty much anything can happen. And of course, Execration do have the advantage of knowing what Langjian played in the last game, as of course Execration speeding their way through up to the round of 64 now. They saw what Langjian were playing in the round of 128, and it looks like they're actually ready to really go into the draft here. The Razor and the Nyx Assassin, 2 heroes that Langjian played in their last game.
Well, yeah, they've been watching. They had plenty of time to watch, that is. I mean, they had probably about 40 minutes of break time in between games, so yeah, they've been watching. They've been banning out the heroes, like you've said. Third pick out now, coming from Langjian. Not too sure what to expect from this team. I haven't seen them very often. Well, I've never seen them, for that matter, so we'll find out.
Wouldn't mind seeing an early fighting core. Something like a Viper, perhaps. Something like Juggernaut or Life Sealer could also do well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, you know me, I don't like seeing Viper because I think it's a disgusting hero. But you're right. I mean, it would do well against the puck. Because the thing is, James has just been stomping everybody. Shadow Shaman will be the pickup, which sort of indicates there's like the laning stage kind of just got weird. And there's an Oracle. Hello, a new hero appears.
Nice hero to have against all the CC and sort of damage that they have on the side of Lungen. That magic immunity can be very useful against both the Sand King and Venomancer. Well, I suppose magic resistance coming out from that Fate's Edict. Being able to purge off all the control as well will be very nice with False Promise too.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, yeah, the False Promise is going to delay it enough so he can get healed up. And I mean, I guess Veno's just going to do nothing if somebody gets False Promised. Also helps with the Shackle. And there's an Earthshaker pickup here, Stinky. Now, I'm assuming at this point it does appear to be a core Earthshaker, which is, I find, pretty intriguing.
5 seconds remaining.
Definitely possible. And, you know, as it stands, they've got a very clear-cut draft. Venomancer, the Shadow Shaman, they've got the Plague Wards, they've got the Serpent Wards, double wards, and you've got now the Sand King as well as Earthshaker to back that up in terms of team fight. So for me, the game plan coming out from Lungen will be very clear. They just want to get a couple of Blink Daggers, set up with the wards, and then really just take the fight to Execration using their team fight coming out from the Echo Slam, the Epicenter as backup.
Oh, Stinky, I think you've come in at the right time because this game seems like it's going to be very exciting. Last couple games, like I said, a bit stompy. This game, though, Stinky, Earthshaker, Magnus coming out. You've got the Puck Dream Core. You've got the Sand King Epicenter. A hell of a lot going on. I like this. I like this a lot. And you know what? It's one of those... both the drafts appear to be very fast-paced. They don't want to waste any time. And like you said, they have the dual ward combo. So there's a lot of push potential going on here from the side of Lungian. And there's an anti-mage now. My goodness.
Dire team pick.
So Anti-Mage with the Magnus, he's going to be making good use of that Empower just to fire him up and later on be a huge threat in team fights. But they're going to have to be dealing with the push coming out from Lungen. It's just going to be a matter of whether they can hold on to these towers and defend for long enough for Nando on the AM to get big enough to really do something in team fights.
Yeah, well, Dragon Knight came out as well. Obviously, another good tower pusher. Like you said, they've gone the full push lineup. This is a bit scary in my opinion. I feel like this could be possibly... Like, this could actually be dangerous for Execration. I'm a bit worried. Looking at the draft, Stinky, what do you think? Who do you think has the better draft at this point?
A lot of it's just going to come down to laning and who's really able to get ahead. If the lineup from Lungian does not really pick up, does not take towers like it's meant to, they're playing against a Treant Protector, and he'll be able to hold on to high ground. He'll be able to hold on to his towers for a very long time. So a lot of it is going to come down to how they lane this, whether or not they are able to punish the anti-mage during the laning phase and snowball that into the mid game.
Yep, indeed. It appears that way. Like, it is like a matter of if they, you know, if they allow the push to happen, if they take over the early game on Lungian's side, things are going to get bad. But like you said, if Execration can hold out, more than likely the anti-mage is going to be able to fight them late game. But it is about laning stage at this point. I'm still confused about what lanes they're going to be in because this is very strange to me. I mean, I assume that Dragon Knight should be mid, but then of course he could be safe lane as well. Nevertheless, we are going to go in and find out very soon. I'm very excited indeed.
I mean, neither team wants to go out. They've made it this far, and this is really where things start heating up.
Yeah, you don't want to have to go through this again. I mean, it's a long drawn out process. It's pretty much grinding. And you know, Execration, they've been trying to finish games as soon as possible to get those break times so they can relax a bit. Look, we'll go through the draft here, Stinky. I'm going to go through the rating, you go through the dyers. So, Raging Potato, he's on the Magnus. Anti-Mage being played by Nando. He'll be on that safe lane. We see James, he's on the puck again. Treant Protector, being played by Lumic this time around. He'll be roaming, placing some wards in the off lane right now. And we also have the Oracle, who will be in the safe lane trying to help out the Anti-Mage and the Dire, if you could please.
On the Dire, playing the Venomancer, we've got 160 Ni Ming Bai Ma. We've got Fupa Lord playing the Sand King. Zergi or Zerg Rush playing the Earthshaker. Mao Zai on the Dragon Knight, and FZ playing the Shadow Shaman here. And looks like to answer your question about the lanes, we're going to have to find out because a lot of heroes grouping up in the bottom lane now. Maybe going for a bit of an early invade.
I like to see this. Now, I didn't realize you could actually read Chinese, so I'm not going to try and pronounce the Venomancer name. We'll call him 160.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Nando, got to be slightly careful, but it is an anti-mage. Like, he's going to be able to just blink out of this anyway, unless they got the shackle. But the likelihood is low. Oh, actually, there's a stun. So maybe I'm wrong. Nando, though, he does get the blink off. FZ, he couldn't get in range to get the shackle off in time. But that being said, this is the first team that's actually going to steal a bounty away from Execration rather than giving them one away. Oh, and they're going to keep going here, actually. Oracle, he's in trouble here, but Anti-Mage coming to defend. The shackle's there, and I think Oracle's actually going to go down. First blood goes to the side of the die, and they're going to chase FCZ. But Lumik, he's the one in trouble now. Fupa, he keeps chasing the shackle again. And I think Treant could be screwed here. Do they have a sentry? Yes, they do. It could be too late. No, the Gale's there. It might be enough. I think it actually is. He has to eat a Treant right now, but no. FZ will get the last hit. And that'll be it. That's 2 kills to nil this early on in the game.
You just gotta respect that early game fighting power.
Look
and
at
in fact, they're not done yet.
Yeah, James, mid lane, loses all his HP pretty much. Barely gets away with it. Lumik is there to help. He does not have the living armor yet though, so he won't really be able to heal it all. And I think they're going to try and have a go on Fupa here, but Fupa will just walk this one off. It doesn't look like he'll really have an issue with it.
And this is what we're talking about. They need to apply pressure early on, and they're doing exactly that. They're keeping Anti-Mage down. He's struggling a little in lane here, and I mean, perhaps this could set up for a bit of a turbulent mid game too.
Oh, look at this FC. He's baiting out the shackle, and then Anti-Mage is baiting out the blink. Lumik, he's there. He wants to have a go. He'll root the Venomancer. It's only temporary, of course. But like you've said, they've got to get this early game aggression going here, and they're doing very well for themselves so far. And to answer our previous question about the lanes, Zergy will be on the safe lane as the Earthshaker. So essentially, this is a core or carry Earthshaker.
Really just wants to get that fast blink dagger, be the one to secure the team fights for his team.
Oh, they stun a bot. Oracle, big trouble here. The shackle is available if necessary. They don't need it though. They take him out. Now they shackle the anti-mage. Nando, he's in trouble here. Fupa, he's not going to go down. Yes, he will. But can the anti-mage go down? I don't think so. He has not got the core stick at this point, so he'll be fine. Barely gets away with his life, but finally we're going to see something interesting going on. And actually, 160, he's in trouble now. Nando going to keep chasing, goes on FZ as well, but he's got to be careful not to lose too much health here. It is a Veno after all. FZ looks like he will lose his life. Maybe, yes, he will. The blink is there, but Nando loses most of his life as well, and he might have to make it back. He might have to go back a bit because he's got no regen left, but almost at the ring of health now.
So, obviously, Shadow Shaman, very strong hero in lane with the shackles with the control. He hits very hard, but Treant Protector, similar story there, 90 attack damage, and we might see that come into play now.
Yeah, well, the Treant, I mean, obviously, he hits like an absolute truck. It just doesn't seem to be having any effect. The stun again, the shackle. And is this another death for the Nando? The Gale was there, connected, and I think he's screwed here. He's got a tango, but it doesn't matter. FZ takes him out. Now Lumik, he's trying to get a kill himself. And it looks like FZ might lose his life. No, the Treant goes down. They do take out the FC, but Oracle, I think he might be in trouble as well. They've got no stun though on Fupa. He uses the clarity to try and heal up a bit. Get that mana, but it was a bit too late. But Stinky, things are going crazy here. I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah, part of what didn't help actually was Oracle tried to go for a pull, and we see this huge creep wave now being stacked up, dragged around by the Venomancer, but that pull meant that there were no creeps from the Radiant to tank up. That fight was in favor of the Dire because they had the creeps there. Just, you know, it's not much damage, but it does add up.
Yes, indeed, it does. It does indeed. And look at this, top lane, Zergy and Raging Potato, they're so low. You know, anyone feels like he could drop at any moment. The shockwave would not be enough to take out the Earthshaker, but it could get pretty nasty pretty quick if Raging Potato can make a play, which it feels like he kind of, you know, they kind of need to do something, because at this point it really feels like Lungiana are in control here.
As long as they're able to keep the Anti-Mage down, get their Dragon Knight online, get their Blink Daggers online, they're setting up for a very strong mid-game pushing lineup. And really got to feel a bit concerned whenever your anti-mage is under this heavy pressure.
Oh, top lane. Never mind, SK was a bit late, but like you said, that if they keep the anti-mage down, then there's nothing that's going to stop the push. I mean, and Dragon Knight is no pushover either. He can really get farmed pretty quickly, and the damage with the Frost Dragon is quite high. I mean, he's probably not going to be able to beat the anti-mage late game in farm, but if, like you said, if they can keep him down, Nando doesn't really seem like he can get anything in this lane.
And completely abandoned by his team too. His two supports, Lumic and Squiggle here, they've left him all alone. In fact, going for a bit of a gank mid lane.
Oh, Malzy, or Malzai. He's big trouble, stuns up. There's no TP rotations coming in. He's held in place as well, and Oracle will take that kill. Good little rotation there, and I mean, there's not much he really could have done. He could only man fight, which he tried to. A bit surprised there was no rotations coming in though.
The return will be bottom lane. They get aggressive onto this anti-mage, but he's a fairly tanky hero against magical damage with 2 points into that spell shield.
Oh, Raging Potato takes out Zergy top lane, and Fupa tries to help out, but it doesn't matter. Like you've said, Nando almost about to die. Fupa, he's still being chased up by Raging, but Fupa, he'll have a stun in a second, and that might do the job. Can there be a shockwave? Yes, there is, and Fupa will give away a double kill to Raging Potato, and I really don't think you want to give kills away to a Magnus at this point. Oh, wait a minute. Zergy gets the Fisher. Enchant Totem, he can't get in range, so he will be safe on Raging Potato for the time being.
Nice play there from both teams, really playing around the cooldowns, but the cooldowns are longer for Sand King, and he does end up going down instead.
Oh,
but as usual, tit for tat, the answer will be bottom lane.
Yeah, they'll go again onto anti-mage. The Shackle does connect, and I'm a bit shocked here, Stinky, because actually, no, hold on a minute. Lumic, he's been dusted up here, but they will purge it off with the Oracle. And what I was just trying to say to you, Stinky, I'm a bit surprised, because the smoke broke because of Oracle, yet they still kind of stuck, like Nando still stuck around and ended up dying because of it.
I feel like they were perhaps trying to bait a little with the anti-mage. Stream Protector was in the area, is in the area actually.
Oh, they're having a go here. 160, he's been rooted up. Nando, it looks like Nando's the one in trouble though. The Shackle again, and there's too much damage here, but he blinks out. No, he still connects with the lightning, and Lumic loses his life. The coil though from Puck. James trying to save the day, gets one kill. Can he get two? Yes, he can. So it's a 3-for-2 trade, but at least they get the better of that exchange.
Nice rotation coming in from James, of course, saving the day, but they've left the Dragon Knight all alone. He doesn't have his dragon form, but he's put a good chunk of damage onto this tower mid already.
Indeed he has, and if they continue to let him do this, I mean, the Dragon Knight, you can't leave him to take a tower alone because he can. And look at this, the Shackle onto Treant Protector, and they're not even going to try and go on him. They're just going to keep hitting this tier 1. And Malzai, is he going to be in trouble? James is in. There's the leech seed onto FZ, and I don't think they can really keep going here. FZ doesn't really even look scared about it. He almost turned around and had a go.
So tower did fall into the knife range as a result of all of this, but they've got a Treant Protector. He's got 2 points in that living armor. They can just heal that one up. So if they want to take this tower, they really have to commit, which they might do soon as Dragon Knight. He's almost got that Elder Dragon form back up.
Oh, top lane, the Echo Slam committed, but he's still in trouble. Zergy, the Shockwave doesn't take him out. Raging Potato. And he's probably going to regret that a bit. Now the Fisher comes out. Zergy's sticking around. Now the Shackle as well. The Enchant Totem, can it come out? Will it do the job? Yes, it will. My goodness, on the slither of HP that ES had, he still went for it and got the kill on Zergy.
Very well played. They're stacking the stuns perfectly, leaving no room for retaliation.
And Nando, I mean, look at Nando. Look at him. He's on 80 HP. He can't do anything here, Stinky.
And this is really what has to happen. They're putting so much pressure on him. He's level 5, which is decent, but where's the Battle Fury going to come?
Well, look at this. Oracle. I mean, Battle Fury is going to be a long time away. Venomancer might lose his life here, but no, they'll get a kill. The lead seed, can it do the job? Lumic, one more hit. He will connect. He'll get a return kill at the least. That being said, though, Fupa, he'll be able to back off. He'll be fine, but I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's 10-10 apparently. I thought for sure that Lunjian was making more plays than the side of Execration were, but apparently it's equal in terms of kills. Uh-oh. Look at this, Malzai, mid lane. The coil was there, and he just TPs, but the skill was there as well, and looks like Malzai will end up losing his life. could not get away, but it was a quick TP reaction, probably the only option he really had at that point.
That's a very big deal too. They protect their mid tower. Obviously now it's going to be healed up. But that was a Dragon Knight who just popped his ultimate. And all these fights, everything going on, putting on the early pressure is great, but they still need to translate this into towers. They've put a lot of damage on the bottom tower, a lot of damage on the mid tower, but if they can't take the towers, Treant's going to heal them up.
Yeah, and that's it. Like you said, they've got to commit. If they don't commit, tower's just going to go down. And I mean, they've probably learned their lesson at this point. But it just doesn't seem as easy as it looks anymore. Like they're getting kills, but they just can't. Well, it doesn't feel like they're really committing as a team to take out towers yet. Most of the focus appears to be on Nando on the anti-mage. Even that bot tower now, Stinky, being healed up again. The stun comes out though onto Nando, the Gale as well, but he'll just blink out. Leech Seed comes out onto 160, but just stopping that farm, anti-mage Nando, he's getting nothing. Now, FC, he's here as well. They're going to jump again. Can they get the shackle? The lightning was there. The shackle's there as well. There's not enough damage quite yet, but the Gale did connect. Now, the wards have been dropped, but James is here. FC, he's low. Fupa, he's low. That's a double kill for James. The wards are hitting the tower. Now they turn around on James. I think 160 could be in trouble himself now. And top lane? No, actually, Nando end up going down to the Gale from 160. James, he's still trying to chase the tier 1. Did go down bot lane. And Lumic, he'll get the leech seed. That's a triple kill for James. Tier 1 did get lost though, Stinky. I mean, who do you really think got the better exchange there?
In this exchange, just because the anti-mage went down, I think that's decent. And if we include the mid tower going down, then this exchange is definitely in favor of Lungen. I'm just worried as to whether it's enough. So they've taken 2 towers now. That's a great start. But soon we're going to be seeing things like the Blink Dagger come out on Magnus, the Blink Dagger come out on Puck. He goes down here, so that's going to be slightly delayed. But it's only a matter of time before the team fight comes online in return.
Absolutely right. I mean, like it's going to be hard because they've got a couple tier 1s. They've got the mid, they've got the bot, but it's probably not enough of a net worth lead to actually really carry this game through. An Earthshaker, he's almost got his Blink Dagger as well, so maybe that'll make a bit of a difference. It looks like he's going for that enchant totem style build where he literally just tries to slap people out of the map, but yeah, like you said, it's going to be hard. Bot lane FZ, he's being jumped on again. He's overextended a bit actually, and looks like Lumic will get it. No, James will. He'll pick it up, and I mean James. The thing is, you can't let this bloke get too many kills because he snowballs pretty well, and I've seen him play Puck. He plays it really well.
Top lane?
Yeah, Fupa. We'll let him go though. I mean, Raging Potato, he's been a stellar kind of player, this bloke. He doesn't make many mistakes. He really sets up a lot of kills. He's got the RP up in a few seconds as well. And is that an epicenter I heard? Yeah, it was. They committed it for the stack at the top lane.
So that's fine and all. We get Surfshaker closest to his Blink Dagger. They get a bunch of levels too, which is great. But I feel like they really need to get something done.
Well, Raging Potato's looking for something, and maybe he's the one that's going to get something done here, but...
Yeah, he's got the Blink Dagger too.
Yeah, he does. Well, he's looking for it. If anyone shows their face, they're going to get RP'd straight away, and a one-man RP isn't too bad this stage of the game. That being said, a lot are coming in. They've smoked up here, Stinky. This could look real bad for the side of the Dire if they're not careful, or it could be the other way around. The stun comes out onto Oracle. There's the RP. No, it's a skewer back for Fupa. They hold the Oracle in place. That's going to be 1 kill, and he didn't want to commit that RP for some reason. I felt like he could have RP'd and skewered 2 back at least.
Yep, would have been a risk though, regardless, and this is really the critical moment of this game. Whether or not they are able to pressure down the towers, this tier 1 tower top, last tier 1 tower standing, going to be opening the map up.
Yeah, exactly right, and I mean we just caught quickly that Veno went down mid. If they take this tier 1 down top, like you said, it's going to allow a lot more map control, but yeah, it's a question of what they can do after that. We'll find out soon. Fupa, he's keeping in that aggressive position. He's ready to stun if necessary. But it's really more about protecting this DK, who just needs to hit that tower with the wards. And, I mean, this tier 1 will end up going down. It looks like they're trying to heal it as much as they can, but it doesn't matter. That being said, Raging Potato is there with the RP, the Fisher and the stun from SK. Now the Echo Slam as well. But Puck James comes in, he absolutely destroys them, and Raging Potato gets the RP off. Now Mazai, he's trying to back off here. FZ, he's trying to back off as well, but James is still there. He has a Shadow Amulet, but I don't know if it matters too much. He looks like he will go down, and FZ, no, actually it was a Glimmer Cape, my apologies, but FZ will drop. No, he won't. He will get away with that Glimmer Cape, but what a play from James.
Is under attack.
Yep. It's, they were all spotted out by this observer ward, and the Dire, they thought that they could take that fight because they had the vision, but at the end of the day, they weren't ready for this puck. He just picked up his Blink Dagger. He's got the Veil of Discord on top of that too, just deals so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, with this fail, it's going to be painful. We're going to see it again. Veno, he's been targeted. There's the coil. James doesn't mind using that. It's a low cooldown, and 160 is going to lose his life, and I mean, with that Veil, it's just too much damage. That being said, though, Zergy comes in. No Echo Slam available, although he does have the Enchant Totem now. The Shackle wasn't in time. They can't catch him, although they're still chasing somehow. This could be a bait, though. Lumic is there, as well as the Anti-Mage. And speaking of Anti-Mage, Stinky, Nando is making some plays here. He's got a bit of farm going. And we'll hold that thought 1 second, because there's a smoke. They're not really giving us a break. What are they going to find, though? They're going straight to the bot lane.
They've got the Serpent wards up in a couple of seconds, and they've got the Elder Dragon form up too. They really need to start putting the pressure because, like you say, Anti-Mage, they've been giving him too much space. And although he had a very tough early game, died a couple of times even, he's catching up in a big way. He's going to have that Battle Fury at maybe 16, 17 minutes, and that's not a bad timing at all.
Yeah, the Battle Fury and the Empower that's going to come with it from the Magnus, it's going to be painful to watch. They're heeding your advice here, Stinky, because FC's there, drops the wards onto the tier 2 bot. That being said, though, tier 1, my apologies, top is being taken down. It looks like it's still a good trade for the Dire end, but I don't know. I'm doubting the side of the Dire now because Execration, Nando's gotten too much out of this. The stun, what a beautiful phase shift from the puck. James is just really playing on point. Yeah, no. Things are still going well, apparently, for both teams, I suppose.
I feel like they're really on a timer, though. If they aren't able to sort of break high ground, at least take a tier free by sort of 25 minutes, this Anti-Mage is going to become a huge problem. And we saw in that last fight, too, Puck does offer a lot of team fight. Magnus, once he is able to find the RP, does a lot of that, too. And although there's the Echo Slam, there's the Epicenter in return, it's going to be them fighting into the enemy towers. They need to be the ones really watching out for their positioning. And while they've got the Blink Daggers, it's still hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's like you said, the timing, if they don't hit it, like you said, by 25 minutes, there's going to be trouble. Anti-Mage, he's got that free farm now. So the early game doesn't really matter anymore. He's got the Battle Fury decently timed. Empower combined as well. Things are going to get rough for the side of the Dire. Zergy, he does have the blink. Don't know how much it's going to mean. Actually, James, top lane, goes into FC, but they hex him up. The Shackle, not available. No mana. There's the Overgrowth. Can they get the kill of the Trine? At least it looks like Lumic will be leaving the Earth for the time being. But he did manage to get his mate James away.
So the pings now come out for Roshan, and they realize they, in some sense, have to take something off that. They committed the Epicenter, they committed the wards even, and the Elder Dragon ultimate. If they don't get something more out of it than just a Treant kill, they're in some trouble.
Oh, 2 stuns missed. What's like you say, they're going for that Roshan now. They're trying to get something out of all the skills they committed. And it looks like they will be...
Here comes Magnus.
Yeah, well, Raging Potato's the problem. He's got the RP available, and James is in the back lines waiting. They've got to be patient, though. They do stun up the park, and Zerg is there. Fisher is out, but it does miss. The phase shift did dodge it. The Roshan's still not down. Raging Potato misses the skewer. He's back on the uphill now. James is still scouting with the orb. The wards are still in the Roche pit, though, so they're dealing a lot of damage to Roshan at the moment. They don't want to give this away. The shockwave goes out as well. They've got perfect vision of what's going on in this pit. The orb again. I don't know if they can contest, but with the RP, it's as good as you get, I guess. But the Roshan so close now. Zergy's on the outlines waiting. The stun out onto the puck again. They're not giving a chance. The Fisher as well. The Roche is down. That's a beautiful Roshan defense from the side of the Dire.
They do take one successfully, but this whole time, Nando, he's been bottom, pushing, dealt a lot of damage to his tier 2, so I feel like that's good enough for them. If, considering that they were out of position, considering that the Serpent Wards were committed for that Roshan, that's a decent hold. They've bought enough time, I feel, and the question is, what can they do with the Aegis in return?
Well, this is what they can do. They've gone for the Oracle mid lane. They commit the Echo, in fact, just to make sure there's no playing around with that ulti. They'll get at least a kill. I suppose, like you said, they've got to really go for some kind of tower or something with the Aegis, but whether they can or not is another question. I don't feel like Anti-Mage is really in the position yet to be able to fight, but my goodness, he's getting pretty close here, Stinky.
Yeah, once he gets that Manta style, I'd like to see a BKB come out from him. BKB not really the most common item on Anti-Mage, because he generally does fine against magical damage anyway, but against all the control that there is on the side of Lunjian, I'd definitely like to see an early BKB come from Nando. And if he gets that BKB, there's pretty much no way they can stop him. So this push is pretty much it. The Aegis, once they've got all their cooldowns back up, this is their go time, and it has to be their go time. They have to get something done, all the while keeping tabs on this Anti-Mage.
Well, they do have to get something done at this point, but it looks like they're going to make a defense at the top lane rather than trying to make a push here. So rather than being proactive, they're being reactive at this point. The tier 2 is going down very fast. Nando, with that Empower, does a lot of damage. Now it wears off, but can they do something? There's the first stun from Fupa. That being said, Lumix there with the Overgrowth. Can he use it? No, the Fish is there as well. Fupa, there's the RP onto 2. They'll take out Fupa at the least. Now the Shadow Shaman's going down as well. FC is gone. And, I mean, that's 2 down. And the Aegis feels like it's going to be wasted here. Like, it's just going to run out of time. They don't have any chance to push any towers at this point.
Very nice play there coming out from Execration, just showing this Anti-Mage in lane, free heroes sitting behind him, and just forcing out the reaction. Like you say, obviously Lunja, they want to be the proactive team, but when they're being the reactive team, they're just a step behind the mobility of Anti-Mage. And Anti-Mage, he can be anywhere. You don't know where his team is. And Execration, they played the map perfectly. Sit behind him, and I really don't think this Aegis is going to be successful.
No, it definitely doesn't feel that way. Zerg's looking for well, he's looking for Oracle, but I don't think it's the best jump to make right now. It feels like it's getting past that timing. And I don't know if the Lunjiang guys realize it. They probably do, of course. But is there? Let's talk late game. I mean, if they go past the 30-minute mark, do you think they can still contest against an Anti-Mage?
With their lineup, not really, and certainly not with the farm that they've been getting. Obviously, the Anti-Mage is going to be your largest problem. He's going right for that BKB, like we said, that's going to be huge, but there's a lot more to it. You've got the Magnus, great team fight. You've got the Puck, great team fight too, and we've seen James do some amazing things this game, amazing things in previous games too. They really need to watch out for this. I don't think they can take this late at all.
No, it doesn't feel that way at all. I agree with you about the late game. I don't think they can do it, but I don't know how much more time they have left. Nando has the Manta now. Like you said, he's got the BKB coming as well. Things are looking bad for the side of Lunjian. Not that they're ever going to give up, of course. They've still got the Echo Slam. They've still got the Epicenter, so they've still got a lot of teamfight capability. It's just a matter of... I mean, you've got to connect everything perfectly to actually win a teamfight at this point, it feels.
So much defensive ability coming out from Execration support as well. If you can't take someone out of the fight immediately, Oracle's just going to put the false promise on them. Similar story with the Train. Oracle, Train Protector go really well together. That's just a lot of heal coming out onto a single target. You really can't take that one guy out. And if you don't get that amazing team fight, if you don't get that wombo combo, and the positioning from Execration is good, it's going to be very hard to fight into them. Wouldn't count them out, of course, if they are able to take a team fight, which is the big if. They've got great heroes for pushing. They've got the DK, they've got the Serpent Wards, and perhaps now they want to go for a bit of a smoke.
Well, I feel like the smoke's probably the right decision at this point. You know, we talked about the timing, we talked about how they're running out, and we also discussed how Anti-Mage will dominate them at the late game, especially considering you have a Magnus Puck as well. Maybe if they can get a good pick off here, maybe there'll be no buybacks. They can get a tier 3. We'll see. FCZ, he gets the Hex onto the Magnus. Now Fupa goes in, but the overgrowth is actually massive. The Veno ultimate is out as well, but Nando's got a BKB. Zerg, he's trying to take out Lumic, but he's losing a lot of health. Malzahar can't really find anything. The Echo Slam is committed. They'll get one. So it's 1-4 at this point. Fupa commits the epicenter, but Nando's going to take him out. It's a double kill for the anti-mage. Zergy, he'll show out the Fisher. Oh, but he's in big trouble now. Nando just jumps on him. 160 is also in trouble. They've taken out actually Oracle, so Malzahar, he gets something in the backlines. Nando's actually very low here, but there's no stun coming out from the Dragon Knight, unfortunately, and they'll actually go back and use the Shrine, and it looks like they'll be fine for the time being. Zergy is there with the Shadow Blade and Enchant Totem, but appears to be an even trade.
Even trade, 2 for 2, couple of supports going down, but still feel like the winner here is Execration. The Shadow Shaman went down very early in that team fight, didn't have the Serpent Wards, and because the fight was relatively even, they weren't able to take that advantage, weren't able to get structural damage, and that's still just more time for this anti-mage to get bigger.
Oh, they found 160 as well. So that's just going to make anti-mage slightly, a little bit bigger, just a little bit more, but James will pick up the kill. 25 minutes in, they're just looking very, very strong here. And in fact, he finds the SK as well. Fupa gonna have to back off. Actually, the Fisher comes out. Malzahar now with the stun as well, but no damage to deal with Nando. Just absolutely none. And in fact, he blinks in. He wants to go for it here. Magnus is with him. They have the RP. The ward's committed. The RP committed. James has joined in as well, but Magnus gonna lose his life. This looks actually like alright for Lungian. Veno has to buy back though. SK lost as well, and maybe this buyback a bit of a waste of gold, really, because I mean 160 not going to be able to do anything with it. Nobody's left except Lumic though. He's in the trees trying to hide. They have no true sight around the area, so they don't actually know he's there.
Nice play coming out from James. As expected, he cancels the shackles using that Waning Rift, which, you know, perhaps didn't mean too much, as Magnus did go down all the same.
Yeah, well,
they've got out Lumic.
Yeah, they've got him. They've got him all right. The Gale comes out, the Shackle, the Enchant Totem. Zergy will pick that one up. I just don't know how much it means. There's an 8k net worth lead on the side of Execration at the moment. The anti-mage, like we talked about last fight, has the BKB. Going to be going straight to an Abyssal. They're actually trying to chase Oracle now. Zergy, he's in that Shadowblade form. Oh, James finds him. And will this be a kill? The call's committed, but the stun comes out from Fupa. This could be massive. The Fisher as well, the Epicenter, the Echo Slam. They commit everything to get him, but that's still a massive kill for the side of Lungian. Oh, and they're going to find more. Anti-Mage comes in, though. The stun. Can they hold him? No. The Skewer back. Raging Potato. Zergy is going to lose his life. No. The Shadowblade will be there. They're going to keep going, actually. DK will get a kill onto the Oracle. Meanwhile, Anti-Mage, where the hell is he? He's chasing FZ. FZ's juking him pretty hard, though, at the moment. Lunik trying to be careful. He will be caught out with the dust. And actually, Anti-Mage has lost the Earthshaker and Shadow Shaman completely. They've committed the Gale and the ulti from the Veno to try and kill off Lumic at this point. And it looks like they just might be able to, but the dust wears off, actually, and they don't have another one. Meanwhile, top lane, Nando is pushing the lane. He's not really worried at all. Lumic gets dropped. Raging Potato could be the next target, but his skewers out. But the problem is that Nando's pushing the top, the tier 3 now. And he's got a creep, so there's no backdoor protection.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Shadow Shaman, FCSC, he wants to try and stop it, and we'll have to be very careful. There's not quite enough mana on Anti-Mage for a Blink and Mana Void, but that was pretty much the only reason why that team fight earlier went as it did. If Anti-Mage had that Mana Void, would have been a dead Shadow Shaman right off the bat.
Yeah, indeed. It wasn't available at the time, but nevertheless, he still does a lot of damage to the tier 3. He's being chased right now. Zergy could make something happen here. The first stun from Fupa. Now Zergy chains it up. Malzahar, he's got one as well. Can they keep holding him? No. Raging Potato with the RP onto 3. Now they take out heaps with that Empower and the Battle Fury. My goodness. It's just a disaster at this point. Raging Potato, he literally just... I mean, I think he just finished the game, Stinky.
No buyback on any of the important heroes, really. No buyback on Veno, as he used that earlier. Earthshaker and Dragon Knight have theirs, but they don't have their ultimates for another dozen seconds or so. This is really bad.
Really bad indeed, and I just don't feel like they can defend this. Earthshaker does buy back. The tier 3 will drop at the end of the day. The fortification committed. There's the Hex. Sergi, he's got the Echo Slam if necessary, but there's no creeps really. Nando will get that kill on the tower. Now, will they keep going? No, they'll play the cautious way. They'll go for the shrines now. Actually, wait a minute, Zergi. Trying to go on Raging Potato, but he gets out of there. Oracle, obviously with the ulti, helps him out quite a lot.
This is fine for them. And pretty much all that set this up was that Freeman RP earlier, which in turn was set up by Nando, having his TP cancelled in the trees. Nice play there from Earthshaker, but they chased him a little too far. He just pops the BKB, turns around with great RP, and one thing leads to another. They force out yet another buyback. They get that tier 3, and now they're into Roshan. But
I mean, this is just absolutely surgical, Stinky. I mean, they're just taking everything bit by bit. They're respecting the team they're up against. They're not gonna rush. They'll get the cheese. They'll get the Aegis. And it looks like they'll take their time.
Interesting if they put the Aegis onto James.
Yeah, it is. Why is? Do you know? Can you imagine why that is? I mean, he's an elusive hero, I guess, but you'd think it would have been the anti-mage.
Yeah, although I suppose the counterpoint is that Anti-Mage really hasn't been under too much pressure in these team fights, especially once he pops that BKB. Who's really going to stop him? There's a notable lack of BKB piercing anything, really, on the side of Lin Jian. So with the cheese, as long as he's got the BKB running, he's very secure. And with that, Abyssal Blade can do a lot of damage too, just blow someone up. Didn't have the mana last time, but this time looking much better. Gotta watch out if you're someone like the Shadow Shaman.
Well, that's a good point. The Abyssal Blade is going to be a big headache for the rest of the team. He's got that BKB up as well. Nando blinks straight in, not really concerned at all. Zergi, Fisher comes out, FZ, can he shackle? Doesn't look like he really wants to. Maozai with the stun. Just no damage is coming out onto this anti-double stun from Fupa though. Raging Potato still waiting for the RP opportunity. The Hex is there as well. Are they going to go for it? It looks like, oh, there's the RP onto 2. It's actually pretty massive, and there they go. No buybacks available. Lumik, he'll be the next target. It looks like. No, never mind. This anti-mage is dealing so much damage. 160 with the BKB, but it doesn't matter. Shadow Shaman buys back as well as the DK, but I don't think it's going to matter at this point anymore. FZ forced to use the Glimmer Cape, but Nando's still chasing. There it is. Lucky Bash as well. The Dagon takes care of business. The Manta's out as well, and I think they have to call GG. Yeah, they do. They've had enough. And, I mean, what a game. Execration. They literally surgically took this team apart, Stinky.
Lin Jian, they went in with a plan. It was fairly obvious. Just push towers, take team fights, and take the game. But Execration, with the answers, they suffered a lot in the laning phase, but able to bounce back just in time in Nando to destroy those team fights. Great play all around, too. Nice defensive play, keeping Anti-Mage alive, keeping their cores alive, and obviously with the RPs, with the Dream Coils, securing team fights for them. So pretty dominating victory there for Execration.
Indeed, it was. Now, Stinky, I'd hate to interrupt, but we have to get into the next lobby very quickly. It's already up.
All right.
No break time on this cast with this casting duo. We are. Oh, by the way, thank you for Nihard for donating 100 bits. I appreciate the compliment, and he also complimented you, Stinky. He said, we're casting very well.
It's always nice to hear. That's why we do this.
Indeed it is. Now, Stinky, while we have time in the lobby, did you make a Twitter? Do you want to share some socials?
I don't quite have a Twitter yet, but if you want to see more of my casts, you can always follow me at twitch.tv/Stinkerized, and that's with 2 S's.
Give me a sec. Let me link it for you, Stinky. I'm going to link this for you. Is it with 2 S's now?
Well, not 2 S's, but I suppose 2 S's, but some people spell Stinkerized with a Z or a Z, depending on...
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's not with like SS and then T. Nevertheless, I've linked it in the chat. Go follow that bloke. He's a good caster. He's obviously analyst right now. Yeah, well, we're in the lobby. There's no wait time. We may as well just have a conversation. We may as well do the podcast, the Stinky Phoenix podcast at this point.
Yeah, so this game is going to be against Genesis. And we were all thinking that it would be WG Youth who'd be in this lobby right now, but actually it's going to be Genesis. And if they're able to take down WG Unity, who is also able to take down Execration, they've done that in previous series, we'll have to see what this means for Execration, because so far they've been unstoppable. Perhaps this is the match that they finally need to really give them a bit of a fight.
Indeed. I mean, I really thought that last team, Lunjian, I really thought they were going to be able to pull it off. They put up a fight. It was a very entertaining game. Unfortunately, though, like I said, Execration, they're surgical. They don't waste any time. Oh, we have another streamer. That's interesting. Hello indeed.
This is definitely going to be interesting. Because I believe this is the last match of today, round of 32?
Probably. I think you're right. I should know this, of course, but I don't. I think it's round of 32, and then 16 would be the quarters, 8 would be the semis, or maybe it is round of 16 today. I don't know 100% actually.
Because I believe at some point these open qualifiers do go best of 3, and that's really where these teams will feel a bit more secure. Playing best of 1 in open qualifiers like this, it's always a bit scary, really, and hey, you never know.
Well, I've just confirmed so round of 16 is still a best of 1. In fact, the quarterfinals, round of 8 is also still a best of 1.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's just open qualifiers. I suppose it's hard to play in these. One mistake, you lose one game, and even if you're the better team, if you go out, that's it for you in this round of open qualifiers. And even a team like WG Youth can go down. That's KYXY's team, by the way. So Execration, as strong as the performance that they've been showing us so far, still can't rest on their laurels quite yet.
Yeah, well, you know what, Stinky? We might take a minute break just to relax the throat muscles while we're waiting for that last player. I'm going to put on some music. We'll be back in about a minute. Stinky, we'll be right back with you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this final game before the round of 16. It is Mike LaPhoenix and Stinky Pie. Stinky, after that game, how the hell are you doing?
Not bad. Pretty excited for this one. Unfortunately, or fortunately, obviously fortunately for Execration, they weren't taken down in this round, which means that they're up against Genesis. Now, Genesis don't really know these guys, but they've had a pretty clean run through the open qualifiers so far.
Indeed, they've cleaned everybody up. Now, I know Genesis, Stinky. I know them a bit. I've seen them play. I know they're a pretty darn good team. In fact, I believe they're considered tier 2, I believe, in the pro scene. I could be completely wrong, but I'm very sure about that. I think this is going to be a pretty good fight. Pretty good matchup here.
Yeah, starting us off, we see the Dream Protector being banned in the first phase, and that's definitely a hero who I expected to be contested. Genesis played Dream Protector in their last 2 games, actually first faced it, so not wanting to give that one up, Execration, they banned that one out.
Well, there's the trend, like you said, gone. Night Stalker, Razor gone. Nick's gone. I'm intrigued. Is something special going to come out? Very intrigued indeed. Now, they don't ban the Meepo, which I guess is just like they're not really scared of the Meepo anymore. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I don't know what Genesis picks, to be honest.
I mean, generally from these teams in open qualifiers, we see people go for early fighting lineups because in the later stages, it's always a bit scary. Okay, so Omni Knight coming out here for Genesis, and I have the suspicion that this could be an offlane Omni Knight.
Well, this is interesting. Omni Knight, we haven't seen it yet. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Omni Knight's a very good hero, Stinky. I mean, it has a lot. It has the repel, it has the heal, it has the guardian angel, it's got the slow, and there's a Rubik, so things get interesting straight off the bat.
Plenty of nice spells to steal even just from this Omni Knight alone. Any of his active abilities are great to go with the Rubik, especially because you don't have the cast time on stolen spells. So a nice counter off the bat here. We'll see what they pair with it. Rubik, one of the best heroes early game to set up things for another stun. It's a very reliable stun. You have no cast time on it. You have no projectile on it. Could see something like the Tusk, perhaps, from Execration. We've seen them play that in the past.
Yeah, we have. We have seen them, and we know that they play it very well. But this time around, it looks like they're going to pick up the Clockwork. Now, yeah, no, I don't... Obviously, this probably means there's no Tusk, but Clockwork, pretty damn good as well.
Yep. This does a similar thing to the Tusk, and the reason why I suggested the Tusk was because he's a hero who can trap an Omni Knight even if he has the repel on him. Similar story for the Clockwork. You can trap an Omni Knight inside your cogs even if he's got the repel. And while repel is going to be nice against the battery assault, this is already a very aggressive combination. This is, of course, all assuming that it's a Clockwork support, which we have seen in the past, perhaps even more popular than offlane, but wouldn't put it past him to play the offlane Clockwork either.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It could be either one, and that's what I've always said about Clockwork pickups. It's a slightly confusing thing because you don't know whether it's going to be roaming, you don't know whether they could put it on the offlane. It's just such a versatile hero now. And I was going to say to you, how do you feel about the OD?
So, OD Omni Knight, it's a classic combination. You've got the OD, he's got that Essence Aura, he's got the right clicks. And the Essence Aura means that no one on his team runs out of mana. So, like, the Omni Knight really likes spamming his spells. So he'll be getting a lot of mana back from that Essence Aura. And being able to put the repel on OD just makes him an absolute beast in team fights. So OD in front, Omni behind, backing him up. The question will be whether or not Execration can get onto this Omni Knight. And, you know, this defensive relationship works 2 ways, too. If you go on the Omni Knight, you've got the OD with the Astral buying him time. And that's really what you have to watch out for. So OD Omni Knight, it's a great combination. Very lethal.
Indeed it is. I mean, like you said, it's going to be very hard to kill. A lot of damage coming out. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a big problem, in fact, I believe. We're going to see how well the side of Genesis play this combination that they have. And we're going to have to see what Execration can do to really try and combat this kind of combination. Because it's a problem. It's a very big problem, but perhaps picking up these two combinations straight off the bat, maybe indicating a bit too much. Like the plan maybe is kind of out in the open now.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
that's a very good point. Especially if it's going to be an Omni Knight core.
5
It
seconds
leaves it,
remaining.
perhaps open to some counters in lane. What I do want to talk about is the mid laner for Execration. Now, Clockwork being picked up this early does open up that SF, and that's a very cheeky combination. Clockwork SF, you get the denies of the cogs, you get the souls. We've all seen it happen. And Execration might be the team to pull this one out.
You could be right. I mean, we've casted for a long time together, and you always point out that fact that the SF is a very good pickup. But there you go. Apparently, no, Execration don't agree. They pick up a Quap instead. Kind of concerning to me. I thought with the Omni Knight there, I thought that wouldn't be the best pickup in the world. But what do you think about this?
I mean, like you said, I think it's all going to be about this Omni Knight. If this Queen of Pain is able to get an early Orchid, get the jump onto the Omni Knight, just blow him up before he gets any of his spells off, could be a nice combination. You've also got the Clockwork with the hook shot, backing you up with a long range initiation. But if this Omni Knight is able to find farm in lane, get up to a nice early Guardian Grease, it's going to be very hard to take him out and silence him. So Omni Knight probably going to be the most important hero of this game, especially against this Queen of Pain. What does the Queen of Pain really do to a hero who's repelled?
Exactly right. Exactly my point is, the Quap is going to have a problem. Now, the thing is, Repel has been nerfed quite significantly at max level. It only lasts 7 seconds, so you could make the argument that, wait the 7 seconds and more than likely you'll have your opening, but I mean, these aren't, Genesis, they're not stupid. They know how to play around this. There's a Life Stealer, which I suppose is a decent pickup, but against the OD and the Omni combo, but I'm not feeling confident here, Stinky, with the Execration.
If Execration are able to take team fights, it's all going to be very explosive. They're just going to absolutely walk over Genesis. But if one or two things go wrong for Execration, one or two heroes that they want to kill don't end up going down, Genesis, they're very comfortable taking extended team fights and counter-initiating. Now with the Sand King too, that's a very low cast time stun, very reliable stun, and a hero like the Queen of Pain does not like playing against that kind of thing.
No, he does. No, she doesn't. My apologies, but yeah, I mean, the likelihood is that Genesis is probably going to get a bit more lockdown. One stun probably won't do the job. Well, maybe it will actually with an OD. You never know, but we'll see what else they pick up. One thing we haven't really noticed is they probably have to be slightly careful. I mean, because you've got the Rubik on the opposing end, so you don't want to pick up anything that gives any imbalanced spells away to the Rubik.
Disruptor.
Well, there's the lockdown you were asking for. Disruptor being picked up now. Great counter to the Queen of Pain, obviously, but also a decent counter to the Clockwork, too. And I really like their draft so far. They've got some nice defensive abilities, obviously, with the Omni Knight and the OD. They've got some nice offensive abilities, too, with this Disruptor and Sand King. And I can definitely see some trouble coming out for them in the laning phase for Execration. If OD's able to just trap the Queen of Pain in mid lane, they set up things for the Sand King and Disruptor later on. Could be a tough one, and really the fight which Execration have been looking for.
Absolutely. Now, it looks like they're going to have issues on Execration, possibly. Or, alternatively, they could have issues like last game, but then just pull it back late game. Ultimately, what would you think would be the best last pick that Execration could make at this point to kind of pull the draft back in their favor a bit?
So what they do have going for them in this draft is really strong sort of burst team fight. They can just jump onto a hero and really delete them. So I'd like to see them pick up a hero who can further complement that. Otherwise, if they want to really go toe-to-toe against this Genesis lineup, I'd like to see more team fight coming out from them. And a big initiative, we saw the Magnus come out from them in the offlane last game. That's probably not going to happen. I was thinking a Darkseer, but now with this Sven being picked up, he's one of the few melee heroes who does well against the Darkseers, so I'm really not too sure.
This is a problem. I mean, when I saw that Sven, I literally winced because I'm like, uh-oh. I mean, great pickup against the Nakes. Obviously, armor-based hero. Works well.
5 seconds remaining.
Last pickup now for Execration. They've really got to pick this one carefully. It could make or break. They have a minute reserve time. I'm a bit nervous here. I'm excited to see what happens, but I'm nervous for both teams.
I really don't know. There's a lot of heroes which they could pick up. I'm still thinking something along the Dark Seer Magnus lines, but Genesis, they've got some answers to that as well, especially once the BKBs start coming out for them. So obviously you've got the repel from the Omni Knight. If you put a BKB on top of that, you're just so secure.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do here. 25 seconds. I mean, we can't doubt them too much. Execration, they've had a great day. They've had a great day. They've been playing really well. And, well, there you go. There's the Tusker. I thought it was going to come out. You called it though.
Yeah, I thought that would come out as a support, and it would. Once I saw the Clockwork, I sort of assumed there was Clockwork support. But there's a Tusk. Goes well with the Rubik, as we discussed before. It's a nice setup, can deal with the Omni Knight. But this means we've got an off-lane Clockwork, and it's going to be a hard lane for him. There's no doubt about that.
No.
Disruptor, pretty good at punishing a Clockwork in lane, just from the harass between the Thunder Strike. And one of Clockwork's best defenses in lane is just to throw down his cogs and walk away. But how do you walk away from a Disruptor?
Well, that's exactly right. That is exactly right. Clockwork, he's going to have a tough time in the offlane. A lot of Disable, Disruptor with the Glimpse. I see issues, I see holes in the draft, but one can make the argument as well that Genesis, their draft could possibly be considered slightly greedy. I mean, that's me pushing the I'm pushing the limits as to what I can say, because honestly, I think I would argue that Genesis have the better draft at this point. Speaking of which, who do you think has the better draft right now?
I'm definitely going to have to agree with you there. If Genesis do decently in lanes, which they should, they're just going to be able to take this one, just roll over people once Sven comes online, once OD comes online, once the Omni Knight comes online. I really don't see how Execration are going to stop that. On the flip side, if Execration, they get a great laning phase, they've got nice heroes to take mid-game team fights, and constantly at that, whenever they've got the Infest, they can just hop inside this Clockwork and just pick people off, and they're going to have to do that at some point.
Yes, they are. Well, I'm very excited to see what happens here. I'm sure you are as well. The Tower Showdown, obviously, it doesn't matter too much, but Genesis will take it by a mile. We're going to go...
Yeah, I'm going to have to disagree with you. In my experience, whoever has the better towers wins. So I think this one's in the bag for Genesis.
You're probably
I've never been proven wrong, by the way, but there's a first for everything.
Well, I don't doubt you whatsoever. Actually, there is a pause. Is it a pause? Yeah, it's a pause, but why are they pausing?
Yeah.
I have no idea why they've paused, but regardless, we may as well go through the draft, because it's, there might be some fast action going on. So, DC will be playing the Disruptor. We have Mercury, who's playing that OD. Dubu, he'll be on the Sven. We have Dali on the Sand King, and well, actually, maybe I should call him Dread. Dali or Dread, you reckon?
DD?
DD? Yeah, maybe we can call him DD. Keygen, he'll be on the Omni Knight, and the Dire, if you could, please, Stinky.
On Execration side, we've got Raging Potato here on the Clockwork. Nando playing the Lifestealer. Lumic on the Tusk. James playing the Queen of Pain. And Rubik being played here by our squiggly fellow.
This is a lot of pressure on both teams. We talked about this before, but they've had it's been a long day. I mean, how long have I've been... The stream has been live for over 5 hours now, so it's been a fairly long day. It feels like psychologically and physically, it's quite a battle to maintain, playing at this level for this long. It would really suck for both teams to lose.
Yeah. And one mistake, one bad team fight, one throw, and you could be out. It's best of one.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna see. They've got one chance to get to the round of 16. By the way, it is confirmed, Stinky, that round of 16 is actually tomorrow. So this will be the final game for C for the day. And actually, they found one. The stun as well. And they're going to get no, not Dubu, Raging Potato. No, he gets the Fairy Fire. The Lightning will take him out, though. DC will claim first blood. And that's a good start for Genesis.
Yep. Gonna be very hard for Raging Potato now. He's down a Fairy Fire, whatever that means. But just that first blood, it did go the way of Disruptor. And that's just going to be setting things up for him later. Can pick up like the Windlace, which will make him more maneuverable in lane. And it's already a hard matchup playing the Clockwork into Disruptor.
Yes, it really is. It's just gotten a bit harder. And look at this, they're actually looking for a kill, it looks like. Oh, hold on a minute. DD finds Lumik.
Yeah, hold on a minute. This isn't your side of the map.
Well, Lumik is in big trouble now. The Lightning Strike, the stun as well, and he might go down, but they don't really have any kind of other disable. No, wait a minute. Dubu, he tends to disagree with what I'm saying. Throws out the stun, gets another kill. 2-0 already.
Obviously, Lumik there was trying to pick off a Courier. The Courier walking out right now. Placed down an early Ward 2, which is going to get dewarded here. Really backfiring in a big way. Actually, is it going to get dewarded? It is in range of that Sentry. They're perhaps leaving it for this OD to chomp up with a Tango for even more regen later. And he will need some extra regen playing against this Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain does do okay against OD, which is also why they're bringing in Disruptor here for that early harass.
This is going to be... I mean... Look at DD. He's literally between the tier 1 and tier 2s now. Lumik comes in. Oh, the shards is good. Look at that block. And I think DD's screwed. No, never mind. He has a stun. Crisis averted, but my goodness. A bit of a warning almost from Lumik to not come back to that side of the map until a later point.
Of course, DD here, as we're going to call him, was trying to contest this creep wave. Try and soak up some of that experience, but Raging Potato has that all to himself thanks to a nice Cox block coming out earlier, so he gets a free first wave, almost gets up to level 2 now as well, so should be decent for him. Whereas imagining a little more pressure coming out from him, Disruptor can certainly put the harass onto a Clockwork, but looks like they instead decided to harass this Queen of Pain in mid, which I think is worth it.
Yeah, but I mean, they're not really... I mean, they're allowing the clock to get that space, but on the other side of things as well, Keygen is also level 2. Able to get those last hits, and, well, he's gotten 4, but still, that's a bit much for an offlaner at 2 minutes in. Looks like Lumik's going to come in to try and defend that and stop that from happening. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Keygen, he went a bit too far. The Ice Shard's there again, the lift. He heals himself. He has the repel, actually. And I don't know if they can really stop him here, Nando. He's going to keep going. One more hit, yeah, they can get it. The slow was enough to slow him down just for a second. And that's a good little kill they got out of that.
Very close there. I have to say, I feel like if he had a TP there, could have just put the repel on himself, TP'd out of there just fine. They have no way of stopping a repel TP at this stage of the game. Certainly not before Tusk gets his Walrus Punch. But shouldn't be too upset with that. You know, as you're saying, he's off to a decent start. He's almost level 3, and this is when that heal bomb, the purification, really starts coming into play.
Yeah, well, it hurts. It hurts a lot. It's pure damage. So you jump him, and then he just heals and destroys you. It's a thing with Omni Knight. You were, by the way, we didn't mention you were actually correct about the offlane Omni Knight. That is the case, and it's going to allow he's the kind of support where he actually needs a bit of farm, and he especially needs levels. It's extremely important for him. So he's going to get it at the very least. So that's pretty
I honestly don't feel like it would be an exaggeration to say that he is the single most important hero in this game. He's going to be the one really enabling the rest of his cores to deal damage in team fights, and well, bottom lane got a bit of action.
Yeah, Raging Potato gets glimpsed back, and you mentioned this is the problem because Raging Potato, is he going to go down? The cogs is there. It disrupts things a bit. Raging Potato runs the right way, and Lumik gets the block off. What a block from Lumik. My goodness, you don't see that every day.
Definitely saving Raging Potato's life. Bit mistimed there. A couple of heroes coming in at different moments. The Stormhammer came out very early on, didn't quite set things up, and he didn't have a Mango anymore on the Sven to get a second stun. We're not done yet, though. Raging Potato, he's stolen the bounty rune. Question is, will he pay for it?
Well, it looks like he's actually going to get some more out of this. DD can't actually get out, and the battery assault does the job, and the snowball was there just in case, but apparently he'll take your bounty rune and he'll take your life. And it's just not good news for the side of Genesis. 2-2 now.
Just barely short on mana on the Sand King there. Couldn't Burrow strike out, and obviously the Tusk having a haste rune didn't help either.
No, and that's one of those things. Raging Potato, you can't underestimate a Clockwork. Like, the battery assault is such a ridiculously good skill, and if he catches you solo, you're pretty much dead. It's guaranteed you're gonna die. And speaking of which, look at Keygen, the top lane. Look how comfortable he is to just pull the creeps back to his tower and farm. Like, you don't see this in a normal off lane, and you wouldn't expect it from an Omni Knight, but he just no fear in the world.
Certainly not from a first pick Omni Knight. You'd imagine that Execration would have time in the draft to really counter that, and we've got some decent answers with this Tusk and Rubik. Not quite enough damage coming out from Lifestealer, I feel, to really take him down reliably, especially when he's always got the possibility of TPing out. He doesn't quite have a TP just yet, but I'm sure Keygen will pick one up soon.
Yeah, well, he will need to get one, because he's going to be in a bit of danger if he doesn't. Like, you know, we talked about it before, but just repel TP. They can't stop you from doing it. You won't die. I wanted to bring your attention to James, who looks like he's been struggling mid lane a bit. OD has 35 last hits, 14 denies in comparison to the 20 to 15. Actually, there's a bit of a fight going on, and it looks like they're going to get disrupted, but the Astral Imprisonment, now the double stun coming out from DD, and this could be bad. No, the Quap ulti, James gets the kill. Now Raging Potato, he's going to try and get something done as well. The lift from Rubik, and can they take out Mercury? It looks like they can, and they turn it around, but a lot of people had to rotate to get that done.
No glimpse on Disruptor this time round, so we can't pull anyone back in. Was a nice save there from the OD using that Astral to buy some time, but Queen of Pain ultimate just finished him off all the same. And, you know, we're talking about how James is struggling a little in this mid lane. Wasn't really a fair lane as Disruptor spent most of his early game there. He's right back into it off that kill, or a couple of kills, I should say.
Well, that's one of those things about the Queen of Pain, is if you give him a couple kills, he's going to snowball pretty fast, and then, you know, he's just soloing everybody one by one. Obviously, he was probably going to lose a lane to the OD because it's an OD, and you add the Disruptor there, that just makes it that much more painful. Yeah, well, there's another Astral on the Quap, which is really what's doing it, and in fact, he has Arcane Orb, level 1, and that's just so much pure damage for a first level, you know, Orb effect. Kind of ridiculous, actually.
So I feel like Queen of Pain, normally you can sort of hold your own, at least against the push. You've got the Scream of Pain to secure yourself last. It's usually a decent matchup, but really what you want to do as a Queen of Pain in most lanes is get aggressive. Use that Shadow Strike, use your mobility, and really put the hurt onto this OD, but you just can't do that when there's this Disruptor sitting behind him the whole time.
It's very painful. It's very painful to watch, and James is probably not having the best time in the world, but you know what? He's gotten the farm, surprisingly enough, even though the Disruptor's been there, like you said. And look at this, bot lane, there's a smoke, and Dubu, he knows about it, but Lumik, he's got the ice thing, but no, the shards do miss. The battery sword is there, now the stun, and actually James has joined in somehow. The God Strength and the heal. Oh, this looks bad, but the snowball dodge, oh god! And they've got him in the cogs as well. SK goes down, Dubu, he'll get the kill. James, he's in trouble now. No, he'll get the kill onto Dubu now. Lumik still going. Missed the shards essentially, and Keygen, can he back off? Doesn't look like he actually can. He'll get taken out, and James with the triple kill. This man has literally been the MVP of every game that Execration have played.
Showing up in a big way, struggles in mid lane. That's all fine as long as you're able to come online during the mid game, and this is where the Queen of Pain really excels. It was a potentially nice turnaround. We saw glimpses of that, but again, that snowball, that was amazing coming out from Lumik too.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a bit insulting of me not to mention Lumik. I mean, that was an amazing snowball. He literally saved his mate, delayed it long enough so that James could really get the kills going. So, good point. Maybe Lumik was actually the MVP that time. But, yeah, I mean, just amazing coordination from both teams. The net worth now goes the way of the Dire. And in fact, it looks like they're going to have another go at Dubu. The glimpse is there, but it's actually... Oh, the snowball again. He actually saves himself from being glimpsed back. But gets... Yeah, no, he stuns him, but that's really it. There's no follow-up.
And this is sort of the point where you see Execration come online. They've also got level 6 onto their clockwork too. And with this, now this is where they need to get something done. They were in sort of the opposite position last game, where they were the ones who had the better late game and wanted to drag this out, deal with the early pressure. This time, they find themselves as the ones who need to be doing it. And it's going to be the opposite. Top lane.
Yeah, Nando. I mean, he's able to back out, but, well, I mean, the pressure's really being applied by Genesis right now. It does feel like Execration might need to get, get on the horse and get going. Looks like they might actually make it happen now, actually. DD has to be slightly careful. Rubik's going to run into him, and there's the Tusker as well. Lumic, he wants to make something happen. The shards are available. Keygen. Gotta be careful here. He doesn't seem to realize what's going on. And Lumic, he's got the snowball. Is he going to go in? No, not quite yet. They're thinking about it. Midas picked up on Nando, so maybe he doesn't really want to fight, but he's already used it, I guess. Nah, it doesn't look like he wants to fight at all.
Yeah, I feel like the big playmakers for Execration are going to be Raging Potato and James. They're the ones with no ability. They're the ones with that long range, CC damage, and they're really going to be the ones who can get active around the map. But for now, Raging Potato, he's still staying in this bottom lane.
Well, I guess it's just free farm for Raging Potato. That's the thing. Like, it doesn't... Even though he could go gank, it's just free XP, free gold, and he's probably sitting there going, well, why not? Why don't I just sit here and get this free stuff for no reason? He's going for a Midas, and I was gonna... I mean...
That's interesting.
Yeah, what's with that?
So, I suppose they realize that this game, if it goes late, they're going to be struggling somewhat against this Omni Knight and OD especially. So I suppose if they can pad it up themselves...
Oh, there's a fight, Stinky. Keygen uses the Guardian Angel, the hook. They will get the kill from the cogs. My apologies, you were saying the Midas?
Right, yeah. So this is sort of their way to counter it, fight fire with fire, but they're going to be fighting a pretty damn strong Blaze in the late game. I'm not sure this is the right decision. I feel like if, for example, they had gone the armlet on Lifestealer, they just infest bombed with the clockwork, they could really start putting the pressure on. They do pick up that kill onto Omniate, and they do take the tower with it. I just feel like they need to do more of it. Of course, could be wrong. It's a big risk to try and go all in the mid game like that, but I feel like it's a risk which they perhaps have to take at the rate of the game. I feel like Genesis have just about enough space to come online. I think once Sven perhaps gets a BKB, and he's going for the Sound and Yasha now, gets BKB, gets the Blink, gets his core items. Once OD starts hitting his stride too, they're going to be the ones again taking this in the late game.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe that's the frame of mind. Maybe they're saying, listen, we're going to match fire with fire. We got to be ready because we're not going to be able to finish this early enough, and we've got to be farmed as hell to go up against this team mid game or mid to late. And I was going to ask you, the Nakes, could he contest the Sven later on in the game, or is the Sven just too good of a hero against the Nakes?
It's definitely possible, but as we all know, Sven can do a lot in the late game, and not only can he do a lot in the late game, he reaches the late game earlier than a lot of other heroes, so to speak. Great farmer with the great cleave, with the massive madness that he's now got.
It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a big problem. Nakes just hitting onto him, but not really doing anything. It seems like the armor on Sven is just too much. It's just too much to deal with for a Nakes at this stage. Mid lane, there might be some action. James, he's got the Veil of Discord here. So he's going to have that early item, that early magical increase. Can they make something happen with it? That's the question. Mercury's going to be there to defend. They're going to start chipping away here. Just slowly. It looks like that'll be it. Not interested at all.
Raging Potato did draw a line. He is trying to come around the back. but he's got a Midas. Not the strongest item to have at this point in the game. If you're
Well,
Clockwork, especially.
Well, we're going to find out shortly. Maybe he can attack a bit faster. I don't know. Raging Potato, not willing to hook. And like you said, probably not the right time. The Midas not going to offer anything to this team. It looks like they're going to the bot lane, in fact. They see DC. Might be a much easier kill. There's the TP. No hook attempt coming out because there's creeps blocking it. And I would argue more space created for Genesis now. Like, they're just sitting there farming. They're having a great old time.
Yep. Sven, obviously in the area, really doesn't mind as he's just able to farm up the ancient creeps, and that disruptor bottom lane, he didn't die. He did pick up his level 6, and that's really all they need to take a team fight.
Well, they run into the Clockwork with the smoke, so the smoke is broken. Ice shards will block them a bit. Can they find somebody? No, Rubik does have the Burrow Strike and he'll use it. And it looks like they're going to get away scot-free, so a bit more space created on the other side of things, and Execration will actually get themselves a tier 1 top lane thanks to Nando, so maybe they, worked out a bit better for them actually. So the smoke failed from the side of Genesis.
Still, looking at net worth, you have to feel a little bit concerned. Sitting at the top is this Nyx. Lifestealer, of course, completely undisturbed. But Queen of Pain is starting to fall behind this Midas OD, and he's only going to get stronger.
Oh, wait a minute. There's a hook mid lane. They do find DC. The ulti is committed, and he actually gets out of there with the 4-star from OD. Astral was on OD as well. The Eye Shards to block him in place. Now the Burrow Strike misses Epicenter as well. Sven on the back lines going on to James. Mercury, the Guardian Angel, will save them for the time being. Nando, he can still fight, but DD, he takes out Raging Potato in the back lines. Now they actually take out Lumik, but James gets a kill onto the OD. Now Nando takes out Keygen as well. DC trying to back off, and Nando, man, fighting the Sven. Infest straight away, trying to get out of this situation. Dubu, the God Strength is gone. Now they can go. The slow's there. Now James comes in as well. And I think Dubu's in big trouble here, but the kinetic field might save him. And in fact, it probably will. DC will be the savior, and they will actually just get the hell out of there.
Warcry, nice ability, saves Dubu towards the end. And very nice defensive play coming out too. Just able to TP on the Omni Knight to save the OD, who was in some deep trouble as he used his own Force Staff to get Disruptor out of the cogs of Clockwork. But fundamentally, this is where Lifestealer is at his strongest. Didn't get punished for his Midas timing, so he has the armlet accelerated by that Midas Gold, and Midas Lifestealer level 13 does a lot of work in these early team fights.
It really does. Nando doing a good job. He's got the armlet as well. He's almost got a Desolator, so the Midas is paying off. He's farming very well for what time it is. It's 17 minutes in. He's very, very close to that Deso now, Sneaky, and this might be a problem for Genesis. I mean, if you get a Nyx online this early, that's a bit of an issue.
Yep. I feel like with the Snakes' lead, though, they still have to do something. They're still under some pressure because at some point, OD's just going to do OD things, Sven's just going to do Sven things. And of course, Omni Knight in the mix, buffing his team up. And we saw that Guardian Angel do a lot of work in that last team fight, the team fight before that too, so still a bit worried here.
Now this is interesting. There's a Sanjin Yasha on Dubu. This isn't normal, is it? Am I wrong?
So Sanjin Yasha, it's always been a thing on Sven, I suppose. Great mobility, great damage, very cost-efficient stats, but notably, it's not a Blink Dagger. And
well,
that's really the important part. Right? So you're very strong in man-to-man fights. Obviously, Sanjin Yasha has been buffed that main. Very effective these days, but against the Queen of Pain, against the Clockwork, sometimes you need a little more mobility, but he's going for the Blink Dagger next. Should be fine, should be able to reach that, so I think Sanjin Yasha is a perfectly acceptable item.
Well, it does, like you said, the main is obviously very buffed up now. Offers that added movement speed, attack speed. Actually, they do find someone at the bot, and it's the OD of all people. Massive pickup from the side of Execration, and I mean, I wanted to point out, Raging Potato, he's now got the Blade Mail. And this is a kind of a big issue for Sven, right? Because the cleave, if it hits Raging Potato, it's just going to be returned back to him, and it's going to be a lot of damage going back to the way of Sven.
Yeah, I'm actually not even that concerned for Sven himself, but there's plenty of other heroes on his team who really don't like playing against the Blade Mail either. You're talking about sort of uncontrollable damage. A lot of Sand King's damage is AoE. You can't stop the epicenter once it's happened. Similar story with the Static Storm. Once you drop that, you can't stop it. So that Blade Mail, like you say, can do a lot of work.
Well, Execration, they've taken the tier 2 now. They're in a big lead by the looks of it. 6k net worth. They're making rotations here. Nando found key gem, but doesn't want to make the jump. James is thinking about it, but he'll let it go for the time being. And it looks like they'll go mid straight for the tier 2 there. And I think when it's one of those things that Execration have been doing, as soon as they pick up that Deso on the Nakes, straight away you see the towers just melting. And this is another thing they do. That obviously they go straight to the Roshan, take advantage of that minus defense and that added damage, and they'll just go take out the Rosh. The question is though, is there going to be a smoke? Yes, there will be. When you've got a disruptor with the AoE ulti, that's going to be a bit of an issue, and I think this is going to be massive. Although the Sigil is scouting Dubu, he's been repelled up, goes onto Lumik. The snowball dodge, though, again, this man can dodge anything that comes at him. Mercury will be stunned up, but he can't really dodge the physical attacks. Now he'll die. And Roshan is left alone. James, he's in the pit right now. He goes onto Dubu, so does Nakes. They're actually going to split the team fight up, and that's actually genius. They also waste the Disruptor ultimate, and now the lift onto Omni. Everyone's been split up. SK in a bit of trouble as well, Raging. He doesn't really have the hook, but he has the cogs if necessary. James, he's slowing people down. The hammer's been dropped. Nando's is still alive through all this. The Astral was used. Can he survive? I don't really know, but yes, he can. The Purification was stolen. Now the Epicenter will be used, but the Ice blocked him out. Now the stun comes out. Lumik, James, they're still going on to DD. DD actually ends up losing his life. It's a 2-0 so far. And the Dire End are basically holding on by a prayer at this point. Nando barely survives with his life. And somehow in hell, they won that team fight.
By a prayer and by some sick armlet toggling coming out there from Nando. Like you say, living on the sliver of health. And I'm glad you brought this up earlier. That Sergeant Yasha on Sven, I thought it would go unpunished, but we saw he did have some mobility issues in that fight. Sergeant Yasha isn't a Blink Dagger. If he had a Blink Dagger, perhaps could have blinked right into the Roshan pit, blinked over those ice shards and just gotten the damage done, but he just felt so ineffective in that team fight. Obviously, he was able to take out Lumik early on, but Lumik just pulled back, and Sven was already being kited up by the clockwork inside the cogs and just brought down once Queen of Pain blinked out of the pit with that Infest Bomb. And I mean, hindsight 2020 could have been a Blink Dagger over the Sanjin Yasha, but hey, it is what it is.
Indeed it is. You know, we could argue whether the Sanjin Yasha is worth it or not. I would like to point out Bon Jovi would probably be very proud after seeing that team fight. Looks like Omni Knight will be the next target here, and I don't think he has any escape. We talked about this before, although he does have the TP. Is it enough? No, it's not. Yeah.
Well, that was close. It's perhaps a bit symptomatic of the issues that Execration have. The only way of stopping a repel TP naturally is this Tusk's Walrus Punch, but when your Life Seal is his farmed, when he's got the real damage, I guess he doesn't even need that.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things, you end up dying like that, like just barely not getting away. You just leave the computer alone, go outside, take a deep breath, just relax, positive mental attitude. It's gonna be a bit tilting. Nando though, he wants to make the tier 2 push, and it's full HP, but I don't think it's gonna last very long. That being said, oh wait a minute! What fast reactions from DC. He finds the Quap at the snowball in. They want to fight this, but Sven, he'll get the kill. Quap is gone, so James, the big damage dealer, now they find another one. The snowball, well, Lumik, I should say, goes down. They're chasing the Rubik. Now they change their mind. They're going to go after Nando. Do they have a stun? No, they don't. Nando will get away with the armlet toggles. Big mistake coming out from Execration, that team fight. And in fact, they're going to find Rubik here as well. It's going to be another little easy kill. The kinetic field committed. Where's our Sven? There he is. Dubu, he's going to enjoy that one. Glimmer Cape actually used. Hold on a damn minute. Rubik might juke this one out, and in fact, they let him go.
Yep. Not the most consequential kill. No reason to risk it for anything. They just take that team fight and they back off, and the crucial difference there was the Blink Dagger on Sven. And we talked about why you would want to get the Blink Dagger and Sven to punish a hero like the Queen of Pain. Very aggressive blink in from the pop. Got found by this Disruptor. I feel like I should point out that Observer Ward on the high ground there too, really spotting out this Queen of Pain, forcing her to use the Yule Scepter and dropping right into the Sven's arms as he blinks into things.
Well, it felt like it made the difference. It really did. And I suppose once you take out that Quap, like James is just such a big... He's such a big part of the team fight. Like, you cannot get rid of this mid player because things just seem to go wrong when he's not around in any team fight. But that being said, of course, he is the core mid player, so kind of makes sense. Tier 2 now, though. Being taken down again, they apparently were not demotivated after that team fight. Ultis are up for Disruptor and OD. They're going to go for a fight here. Nando, he goes after Dubu. The repel is there, and it looks like they only want the tier 2. They're not really interested in anything else.
This is what they need to do, and even if they were demotivated, they couldn't really afford that because we're starting to hit that point where OD gets scary, where Sven gets scary, and where Omni Knight has a couple of levels. He's got the mech, almost got the Guardian Greaves. This is where things could get a bit problematic. So Execration, they do what they need to do. They clean up these outer towers, and looks like that's going to be the last tier 2 folding there too.
Tier 2 will be gone. This is I mean, the question is now, can they breach high ground? Nando says yes, he's going. He's got the Aegis, although the stun, it's a lot of damage
it's gonna
coming
expire
out.
very soon.
Oh my goodness, no. He'll get it off. He'll get it off just in time. The Ice Shards are there. Where's his team? They're not really willing to help him out at the moment. The Glimp's back. They need to do something. The Rage, they're just going to back off. My goodness, it felt like they could have done something sneaky, but not willing to initiate.
Yep. They're going to go for a smoke now, but they're down a Static Storm. And Execration, we'll see what they can do. They don't have an Aegis this time round, but as you're saying, no Static Storm, that's a very important part of their team fight. If Omni Knight goes down early, isn't able to get his abilities off, could definitely see Execration turning things around. They don't have this Disruptor anyway.
Uh-oh. They found their target. The Yules has been used, I should say. Oh, Blink, straight away. Not fast enough on the stun, unfortunately. Now a counter smoke here, Stinky. Raging Potato, he's got the next infested. James is almost baiting at this point, but I think Genesis know about it. The hook onto 3, my goodness! And that's going to be a disaster. The cogs as well. Sanking goes down. Oh my, this is not good. And Genesis, I mean, it doesn't get much worse than that.
Keygen, he's playing the Omni Knight, literally the most important hero in this game, and once he's the one initiated on like that, it's just an easy follow-up for the Queen of Pain. He takes him out before he gets anything. He gets the mechanism, I suppose, but the damage was already dealt. No Guardian Angel, no Repel, no Purification. And that's exactly what Execration needs to take team fights, and they get it. So props to them, and turning things now onto the tower. This is exactly what they need, putting the pressure onto Genesis.
Genesis is under pressure indeed. The tier 3 doesn't look like it's going to last long. SK will respawn soon. Dubu, he has the God Strength available. Everything's online. They just need to connect it. Nando, he just wants to take this tier 3, but God Strength, they want to punish him for it. Nando, he looks like he's going to go down here, but the Infest just in time. And Raging Potato, oh wait a minute, the Glimpse, the Silence as well. Are they going to take him out? The Shards, oh, he blocks him out. Oh, wait a minute. Nando, oh no, never mind. It's a double kill for the OD, not good news. And Lumic, oh my goodness. Felt like that was close, but no cigar. Almost got out. Not quite there.
Would have been a cherry on the cake, but that cake is plenty tasty enough. A double tiered take as they get the double whammy. Lifestealer thought he had that convenient escape vehicle in the Clockwork. He thought he had a convenient escape from that Clever Cape, but he got dusted up, got glimpsed back, and ends up going down.
Oh, now they're going to find James. No, he has the Lincolns. Never mind. But that being said, Lumic has been caught out. Are they going to make the jump? No, they're being precautious about this. And they'll back off. They're just happy with that. The Shards will miss. Things are getting a bit crazy here, Stinky. And could I just ask, we talked about timing before. We did say Execration. They're on a bit of a clock. How much longer do you think they have?
Next stages. If they get the next stages, they get the next cheese, or the first cheese rather, and they're able to push, they do have a shot. You know, they took the tier 3 tower in that last fight. They can now clean up the shrines. If they're able to get some more out of that, take the shrines, maybe take another tier 3, get a lane of Rex, then they're still looking all right going further. But if this next Aegis does not result in any significant structures, I'd definitely start worrying for Execration here.
I'd like to point out as well. I mean, it feels like they've got they've got the initiative. Like they've got everything they need. They can take shrines out as well. I mean, the tier 3 did go down. You can see they're already checking the Roshan, which apparently may respawn in a second, but it's going to be, well, when it updates, 1 minute.
It's on the short end, which definitely favors Execration.
It really does. That's very lucky. Well, we'll see if they can, if they're going to spot it out in time. But yeah, it's very favorable for the side of Execration. And like you said, get the Aegis, go make a push, get a Rax, maybe go for some shrines first, whatever you really want. But you've got to make something happen quick because, in 10 minutes time, Sven and OD are going to be a bit of an issue. And Sven hasn't been struggling with farm. He's got a BKB now. And as far as I can see, the only thing that can really disable him is the Clockwork Hook. But that's it in the BKB.
Yeah, I mean, looking at net worth, yeah, Execration's in the lead. It's around 10,000, 11,000 in favor, but I don't know if it's enough. Svenny's now got a BKB. He's got the Plank Dagger, he's got the Mom, Sanjin Yash. That's pretty much all he needs. So with the BKB, you can afford to save the Repel on Omni Knight for the OD, and Repel OD, that's a thing, and that's a very scary thing.
It really is. It really is. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what they can pull off, because if they do let it go too long, OD not going to be killable with that Repel. The Roshan is up actually. They haven't noticed quite yet though. It looks like there's a bit of a rotation here. Dubu. Nobody at top lane though. It's only a tier 1, but this might make the bit of space they need. They smoke up. And they're drawing the lines out. They want to go for a massive team fight here. It's a bit unfortunate that they haven't checked the Roshan, but now the Rocket actually should have gone over that. So it looks like they want to go for the team fight first, rather. It's a bit of a strange rotation because they're going all around the place. It's almost like they don't know which way to go.
Nice position in the trees though for Genesis.
Oh yeah, it is. It really is. They're ready for this. They know it's coming, James. He's going to walk into a trap, it feels like. Dubu gets lifted. Can they take him out straight away? Yes, they can. No, the Astral's there. The Quap ulti as well. Sven's still alive, though, through all this. Now the hook. Can they disable him? The stun from the SK. Now the hammer's dropped as well. And Dubu's still alive through all this. Raging Potato, he's in big trouble. The Arcane Orbs, they're dealing a lot of damage. Raging Potato, can he die? It looks like he will in just a second. No, he's still alive. Rubik still chasing the hammer drop from Rubik, but it did no damage. Meanwhile, Lumix still alive through all this, trying to go after Keygen, but the Purification proving to be a bit too much at this point. 2-1 so far. OD still alive as well. The Snowball. Looks like the Tusker's just trying to delay as much as he can. They take out DC as well. It's a 2-for-3 now. Actually, the Radiant's losing this fight. Guardian Angel used, but very, very late indeed. Keygen, he'll be the next target. Looks like he will go down. Mercury TP's out. And can they stop the TP? No, they can't. So, good little Repel TP, but Radiant lost that fight.
So, in terms of kills, in terms of net worth as well, I think they did lose that fight. Sven going down was a big deal, but all things considered, I feel like Genesis can be alright with that. Of course, Lifestealer dying in that fight too means that they won't be able to head straight into the Roche Pit, which would have been the big prize for them. So, the real fight is still to come, and it's going to be coming very soon as Lifestealer's now up, now TPing to the Shrine, which has been activated. Can they get the Roshan? That's going to be the big question. Cooldowns are actually in favor of Execration. No Sand King ultimate quite yet, no Guardian Angel, and that's a pretty big one. So it looks like there will be no contest onto this Roshan attempt either. So with this Roshan going into the hands of Execration, like you say, it does seem to be them coming head of that team fight. And it's a shame, really, given how well set up things are. But actually, it looks like Genesis, they want to contest.
Well, they're ready for it. They're ready to contest. Dubu, he's running around, trying to find a straggler. This Roshan could mean the game here for the side of Execration, the Ice Shards. Sven is manning up, the hook in though, and now the silence baited out, so Disruptor wastes the ulti essentially, but it's blocking them out of the Roche pit. Looks like Dubu could steal it. No, James comes in with the Yules. They're gonna man fight this one. Beautiful stun from the SK into 4! Oh god, this is bad for the side of the Dire, but Dubu, he's still going. He's losing a lot of health here. Nando, he's trying his best to deal the damage. Double stun from DD again. My goodness, now the Astral, it's gonna take out one, it looks like. Oh, yep, no, it will. OD ends up losing his life. Raging Potato is still going the epicenter, but it misses everyone. Can they get a kill here? No. Looks like there'll be a TP straight away from the Omni, and DD will lose his life as well. Sven barely gets out of there alive, and the Roshan, who the hell did it go to?
It went to Disruptor, actually. DC, in the middle of things, was able to snatch that away. So that's sort of the consolation prize there, but they lose the team fight, and a large part of that was Sven activated his God's Run very early in that fight, which meant it ran out, and while he had the BKB to fall back on later on, doesn't mean all that much when you don't have your strength.
Well, it looks like they're going to lose Araxi, and the God Strength is up again, so the positive is they have it, but forcing the buyback seems to be enough for the side of Execration. They'll be happy with that, and they'll now know next team fight, if OD dies, then, I mean, you know, he's completely out, and that could mean the game for the side of Genesis.
In hindsight, I do have to question whether or not it was worth contesting that Roshan. They were missing a couple of key ultimates when that started off. Sand King didn't have his ulti. Omni Knight only just has his ulti back up now, in fact. I feel like maybe they could have just bit the bullet, given the Roshan to Execration, and tried to take a fight on the high ground. Obviously, we have the advantage of hindsight here, but that OD buyback, it's pretty costly. Well, delaying his items, it's really not what you want.
Well, they've got to think about these things. I mean, that you don't get many chances at qualifying for the TI regionals. So, I mean, you know, these little mistakes could mean everything. Now, mind you, of course, there is a second C qualifier, but you don't want to take that risk because there's still amazing teams within the qualifier that you have to deal with all the time. So they really don't have room to make these mistakes on the side of Genesis, but still, things are nowhere near ending on either side. Only thing that's happened is really a tier 3 and some shrines have gone down.
Of course, Execration, they now have the cheese on the Green of Pain, which is certainly going to be in their favor, but no Aegis. And it was a bit of a toss-up at the end there, able to get the Aegis onto Disruptor. Thankfully for them, they were, which means no Aegis on Lifestealer, which also means that this push is not happening quite yet. So buying a little more breathing room for themselves. Execration still very much in the lead, now 16,000 net worth, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Neither do I, to be honest with you, but we're going to find out very, very soon. They're still pushing that bot lane, the mid lane's also pushing in. It's just a question of when they want to go here. Nando comes out of that infest. It looks like they're going to go now. They've got the Arcane Rune on James as well, so I suppose that helps a bit. Or they might find DC, but he 4-staffs back. I feel like it might be up to Raging Potato here to get an amazing hook, but, you know, he has been doing it. He's just got to do it again, and it feels like it could be game over. Ice Shards do miss. D-Ward as well. Still very cautious. They don't want to overextend here.
Definitely worth pointing out the gems on either side. I believe there's actually a gem on both teams. Yeah, a gem on Sand King and a gem on Rubik. And we're reaching that stage of the game where any mistake, any pickoff could mean quite a lot. So they don't want to get caught out by anything. They're sweeping the map, getting those D wards with the gem, and taking things slow.
Slow indeed. And Rubik's actually stolen the Warcry now, which makes matters worse because now you... Oh, hook does miss. Raging Potato actually trying to go for it. Luckily for him though, he does have an Ags. So it will only be a 12-second cooldown. It will be available again. Will he try it now? Looks like he's thinking about it.
That was actually a very important timing for OD. Not going down there means he's going to have the gold for his BKB after he pops the Midas, and I'm not even going to need to pop the Midas there. This is a huge item.
It's actually massive. Oh, there's the hook onto the mid lane. Sven, he's the one getting caught out here, and they silence him as well, but he uses the BKB God Strength. Nando, he's out. He's trying to fight as best as he can. The stun, Quap, he's been astraled up. They're going into Rubik at this point, but Quap, he can get out of here. The Epicenter wasted as well. Nando, can he go down? He's not really fighting anyone. He actually just lets himself go almost. And now they can keep going, I guess. Clockwork, he hooks up, but he's still stuck, and Raging Potato going to lose his life as well. That's 2 down for the side of Execration. Now, can they catch any more? It looks like they want to, but they might go straight down mid at this point.
Yep. And I feel like they don't even have to. That was Execration taking the fight there. They got the hookshot out, but they just had nothing to deal with the defensive abilities coming out from Genesis. The BKB is obviously coming up big, but Omni Knight, Repel, great abilities, and nice glimpse back from Disruptor at the end there too, catching out Nando, which pretty much set things up.
Well, you called it. That BKB was going to be massive, and it absolutely was. Lumic, we'll get the hell out of there. The tier 1 bot is still there. I didn't even realize, to be honest, because if we're 40 minutes in, you'd think it'd be gone by this point, but now a lot of gold going to start coming the way back to Genesis because they've still got these objectives that they haven't taken yet.
They do have to be careful not to overextend, however. I feel like that's pretty much the only way that Genesis could lose, and they're just going to back off here. Very disciplined play coming out. They realize Clockwork's going to be respawning in a couple of seconds. They don't want to risk anything, and you know, they win a team fight, they take a tower, and they're happy with that.
Can't blame them. 40 minutes in, they realize, I think, they know that they've got the better late game anyway. So, waiting this out doesn't really hurt. I mean, OD hasn't even got anywhere near his potential. Still trying to pick up the Shiva's guard at this point. Even Sven, he hasn't got anything like a Daedalus or anything like that. So, you know, we haven't seen any kind of massive God Strength crits. Yeah, patience is a virtue on the side of Genesis, and a sense of urgency is probably required on the side of it. My goodness, I literally just forgot the team name apparently. But yeah, no, sense of urgency required for the side of Execration. And
we've been casting Execration games all day, at least you have. You know, at this point, they're really the team to bring down. One thing which is notably lacking from the side of Genesis, that even though they have the gem on Sanking, we talked about this earlier, they haven't actually been dewarding. Would like to see him do that. They should know that there's a ward up on the high ground here. Sanking is walking past it, but not going to deward that. Feel like that could be the opening, which they can't afford to give Execration, or perhaps I should say Execration desperately need. Having this aggressive vision set up on the other side of the map could be big for them.
Oh, look at James. Look, he's using it like you said, that ward. But no, he'll let it go, but it really is a big deal. If they don't get rid of that ward, it gives just so much vision. Well,
we've got a matching ward on the other side of the enemy jungle too, so Execration, they spot out everything, and this is allowing them to feel very secure around the map. Just look where they're farming. Queen of Pain, with the Lifestealer inside, mind you, is just blinking around, feeling no pressure at all.
No pressure at all, indeed. Pushing again in mid lane. Genesis, if they can get a pick off here, they might be able to make something massive happen, but
that ward again. Omni Knight is pretty much his whole team. They cannot make a move without the Omni Knight, so they spot out the Omni Knight with that ward. And Execration, they know to back off. At the same time, it's not really the end of the world for Genesis. They're not exactly the ones who are in any rush here. They can afford to take this slow, but you can only imagine, you know, how much worse Execration would be off if they didn't have this vision.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things that may be a bit of luck, maybe a bit of a mistake for Genesis. Interestingly enough, like you said, if they lost this game on the side of Genesis, I mean, reviewing the replays, they might look at the warding that they didn't get dewarded, and they might be like, well, that's actually why we lost. It would, you know, it'd be a hard pill to swallow, but hopefully it doesn't occur that way. We'll find out soon. Roshan being taken again. I think it's the third Roshan of this game, so another cheese, another Aegis.
Looks like once again Genesis want to contest this.
Well, they're too
Looks
late.
like they won't be able to do though. Yeah. Bloodborne is completed on Quap. No, actually, not even having the Orchid. There is a Bloodthorn on someone. Okay, it's an Orchid on Clockwork, actually.
Yeah, he's had that for a while. I was actually going to ask you about that, but I think a fight broke out and I just kind of forgot. But it was a rather strange choice in my opinion.
I feel like if he had gotten it very early on, it could have done something. But at this point, there's plenty of answers to it. The double BKBs on the big cores. And of course, the Guardian Greaves onto Omni Knight. So I don't think it's going to be all that effective. Soon we're going to see even a Lotus Orb onto Sand King. So at this point, it really doesn't do all that much.
No, it really doesn't feel like it would, but we'll see. We'll see what they can pull out with it. Raging Potato, he is split up away from his team. He doesn't have a boot to travel either, so they're actually pushing bot lane. Is he going to try and pull something interesting off here?
He could just hook shot around the map, get to his team faster. He's got the Ags anyway. But this does, of course, put the onus onto Genesis to defend. Sven is top lane, trying to get a bit of split push. Shouldn't get caught out here, and definitely can't afford to. Would like to see him just blink into the trees and TP back.
Very risky.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if Genesis can hold here. They've got all their important buybacks up, and it's definitely worth noting. Actually, I say all their important buybacks. Still missing the OD's one for a bit. He did go for that Shiva's guard.
Feels very risky the way Sven's been farming like that top lane, and I don't know. It's interesting that he didn't get punished for it. Like you said though, Quap now has a Shiva's guard. Things are going to get better and better here for the side of Execration. It feels. If they can win this team fight, it could be GG. Nakes.
And they have to win this team fight, I suppose. They've got the Aegis, which certainly helps, but Lifesteal, he's reaching that point where he's out of slots. So puts the armlet in his backpack, which does mean he's relatively weaker, and part of his lack of slots is being forced to go to the Fusel Blade, which is obviously quite necessary against an Omni Knight, but not really an item you want to get on a Lifestealer per se.
Yeah, it feels like it probably could have been picked up on somebody else. Nevertheless, they've got it on him now.
I'm thinking maybe even the Clockwork, that the Fusel Blade would probably do more than that Bloodthorn.
Yeah. Well, again, it's hindsight, I suppose. Maybe he thinks the same thing now, but bit too late to change the direction. Raging Potato, he's looking for a hook attempt. They've got to make this work, though. They have so many opportunities with the Aegis, with the cheese. It's going to be scary to see what happens, but they go in. Nando, there's the hook onto the OD, and Lumic, he gets the Warrior's Punch. The silence comes out from the Disruptor. It's a lot of havoc right now, and Lumic loses his life. Nando, he's copping a lot as well. Dubu with that Godstrike. Oh, they're going to kill the Quap. That's not good news, and Rubik is going down as well. The Guardian Angel is out. Nando still trying to fight this, now infests, and I think this is really bad for Execration right now. Quap gets stunned up, gets killed, and they just chain everything. That's an ultra kill for Mercury, and he might be able to find the Rampage if they get this creep killed off. Actually, do they even realize there's an infested Nakes in the creep? I don't think so.
I'm honestly not sure it matters. I mean, the damage has been dealt. This is just OD Omni Knight for you. You didn't even have to drop the ultimate there. And yeah, they get the hookshot onto OD, but what does that really mean? He couldn't get onto Omni Knight. He just gets the repel out, and OD turns things around. There was a nice stolen bow strike coming out from Rubik into all of the Queen of Pain's damage, but at this stage of the game, it's just not enough.
This could be a Rax, at least a tier 3. It feels like the buyback could come out from Quap. Nando jumps out, being a bit aggressive. And actually, it apparently scared him off for a second.
I feel like now would be a good time for Genesis to back off.
Dubu, oh, he's going in. DD, he's in big trouble. No, he actually stuns up Nando. He's the one in trouble here. Can he survive? Infested again. Makes it out again with that R button. Gets out, wants to fight this one. Dubu doesn't have Godstrike. Now the Halberd uses stun out as well from Rubik. There's the Warrior's Punch and the hook onto the OD. They're holding him in place, but the Aegis is gone on Nando. Can they get the kill on Mercury at the very least? No, it doesn't look like they can. They're going to chase Keygen, but no way to cancel the TP with that repel. And that'll be it, I think. Quap trying to find somebody, but everyone's gone. The only one really left in range is DC, but they've got to go for an amazing hook to get it, and they won't.
Very close fight there, but everyone on Genesis, perhaps a bit surprisingly, gets out just fine. And I say surprisingly, they're playing against the Clockwork, who's a pretty good hero when it comes to chasing at long range. They force out the Queen of Pain buyback, they get the Aegis, which was going to expire soon anyway, but getting that Queen of Pain buyback is nice. They played that very close to the limit, but at the same time, they still weren't able to get that tier 3 tower. So Execration hold on for now, but still looking pretty bad for them. They're still in the lead, whatever that means, but I really don't think it means that much. We all know what OD Sven with the Omni Knight in the mix can do, and I'm starting to feel a bit worried for Execration here.
Absolutely. I'm quite worried myself. This net worth doesn't seem to matter anymore. The fact is they can't get any team fights going their way anymore, and it just feels like they're not going to be able to push that high ground. OD is just wrecking them. Sven is wrecking them. Everyone's getting wrecked by everybody. Mercury, the smoke up, they do get it broken, so Nakes, he knows what's going on, and Execration, they might be able to capitalize on this, but instead they choose to back off and maybe even wait for the next Roshan.
We're reaching that point where I feel Execration are perhaps starting to feel a bit desperate. They've had multiple Aegises, they've had multiple cheeses, and it just isn't enough. If there's any way for them to take this game, it's going to have to come from some very clever play, maybe even a misplay from Genesis, because as it stands in a head-on team fight, they just can't find the engagements that they really want.
Yeah, there's so much pressure in this game right now as well. Like the two teams have had such a long day, and now this game, the longest game of the day, of course, it's pretty darn intense. And I think Execration's just thinking, how the hell did we get in this position where we can't push high ground? Genesis, they're the ones that want to go. They're fine with this. They don't need the Aegis. They've got an Omni Knight, and that will probably do the job. Nando, Rage is up. We'll be fine. It seems like it's hard for both teams to push high ground.
Yeah, there's not really the best heroes on the side of Genesis when it comes to taking high ground, but they've already taken a good chunk out of this tier 3 tower, and if they can crack that, things get a lot easier for them.
I can't disagree with you there. They're going after the tier 3 now. Dubu, he will take it out, and there, they'll back off. They'll go for the shrines now, and I mean, this is just gold around the map. They've still got tier 2s around the map to take. I mean, there's just so much gold for the side of Genesis to have. Oh, wait a minute. The smoke. This could be it. This is what they're looking for. Execration. They're going in. They've got to find somebody, though. They've got to find somebody big. Who do they find there? It's SK. It's not the worst kill in the world, but not the best. It's probably not going to make too much of a change, unless the hook. What a hook indeed. Dubu, he gets caught out, forced to use the BKB. Mercury has to help out with this. Nando comes in, wants the man fight. Quap meanwhile on the back lines, and Lumix come in as well. Can they get somebody? The BKB is a force. Now Raging Potato again. Can he get the Cogs? No Cogs was available. Now the silence coming out from Disruptor. Quap is stuck. They can't cancel this TP, but no, they can. No, they can't. Omni Knight gets out somehow. Now Disruptor, he'll be the next target, but 2 down. They can force a buyback from Disruptor at the least, but Sand King's out for 40 seconds.
That was just about as desperate as it gets for Execration. That Hail Mary smoke just about pays off there. They would have really loved to have gotten that Omni Knight kill too, but that TP was so close. The Force Staff barely pushing him out of range of this Clockwork's battery assault, and the Snowball just got him out of there. I mean, that's a very big play coming out there from DC. Obviously gave up his own life for it, but definitely worth it. Bit lucky as well that OD managed to get out. He didn't take any damage from the Clockwork's hookshot or any of this Clockwork's further spells, so even after the hookshot, was able to blink out here on Mercury, and that pretty much salvaged that fight for him. His BKB was just about wearing out. Could have been a disaster for Genesis. Very well-timed smoke there from Execration, and they do get something, but could have been so much better.
It really could have. It really, really could have, but it's the best they could do at that point. Now the Roshan is also up, so we're going to have a Roche fight, I feel. Mercury, he goes in. I think both teams might just realize that the one that wins the Roche might be able to pull the game back their way. I feel like if Genesis wins this Roche, they're going to win the game. So, like, Execration doesn't... Oh, no. There's a Sven with a DD.
All right. Well, maybe they had a chance of contesting this before, but not with our DD Sven. Feel like this is a pretty good point to mention a couple of recent changes. We've got 2 runes in the river now that we're at this stage in the game, and of course Sven's ultimate also gives him rule strength on top of raw attack damage, and DD runes go pretty well with raw strength if you're a strength hero. So that's going to be a pretty much uncontested Roshan there, and they give the Aegis to Omni Knight, and I actually really like this decision. Because I've said this multiple times before this game, he's going to be that key hero who Execration need to take down, and how do you really take him down at this point?
Yeah, he's got a second life now, so they're going to take him down if they can. They're going to blow everything to get rid of him, and he's just going to come back with a vengeance, and it's going to be just such a headache. I mean, it's an Omni Knight of all things. It's this. I mean, you've got Guardian Angel, you've got Repel. It's just such a headache to deal with. Not to mention the enemy BKBs. Execration will back off. We're at 53 minutes in now. I certainly was not expecting this long of a game for the round of 32.
It's the longest game which either of these teams have seen. Pretty much had a free path to this stage. Most of their games from both teams actually under 30 minutes, and this is sort of the fight to decide it all, the game to decide it all. Who will actually advance into the round of 16? This is the last day of the game. Both these teams want to end in a strong note, do not want to be forced into the second open qualifier, and I know one of these teams is going to have to be there.
One of them will have to be there, one of them will be leaving. Tier 2 bot going down very, very fast, no defense. Actually, top lane though, being pushed in. Tier 3 almost went down top. James was taking care of that one. Everyone's practically 6-slotted at this point. Like, every core is 6-slotted. You know, it's just coordination needs to be at its peak for both teams, but more so for Execration. Yeah, I'm very concerned here. Dubu.
One mistake could decide the game.
Oh, Dubu. Dubu, this could be the mistake. The Hex comes out, but they don't want to pull the trigger. And they'll let it go again.
So risky.
Oh, look at that straight smoke. But that was under the Clockwork Rocket.
Of course, knowing that the smoke is coming for them, Execration, they're like, we're out of here. And nice use of the Clockwork Hookshot, bailing out himself as well as his Lifestealer. They get to the safety of their base, which is nice and all, but here comes Genesis. But Aegis still has another couple of minutes on it. Here we go.
It's going to be very hard to defend this. Dubu,
this time, there's no Queen of Pain on the other side of the map, forcing Genesis back either.
It's all in right now. Looks like the Godstrike's been used, the Repel, the stun out, and Nando, he's trapped in the cogs. Oh, that's not good. Now, are they going to go for the racks? Not quite yet. The lift is there, the stun, the Epicenter onto the Quap, and the stun from the Sven. The Hammer's been dropped. What a stun from Rubik, though, onto 3! And DC, he hasn't really used the ulti, has he? Yes, he has. But still, there's so much going on. What a hook shot onto 3 as well! Now the cogs, they're stuck in there. Raging Potato, he's bringing it back for the team. That being said, oh, Rubik again, my goodness. This looks so bad for the Radiant now. The Guardian Angel, though, and the stun back from the SK. It's stun central right now. There's more Ravages than the Tide Under game at this point. Nando, he's still alive through all this. This team fight is actually insane. Sven buys back stun again.
Stolen Guardian Angel.
Oh my god. Rubik God has brought it back in. And look, OD says, screw it. I'm running back to your fountain. There's no way I'm getting out of this one. I literally, I didn't know what I just saw. I just saw Ravages over and over and over again. Thinking, what the hell did I just look at?
Just some beautiful plays coming out from Execration. There's no other way to put it. When was the last time anyone has seen a free man hookshot stun people and trap them in the cogs? I thought that would be a terrible fight for Execration, fighting into the Aegis, fighting into the cheese, but man, Rubik with the plays, Clockwork with the plays, setting things up for his Queen of Pain, and now forcing out the buybacks. This time it's Genesis under pressure.
My goodness. I mean, oh, wait a minute, the hooks, there's no time to talk. They're going to take out OD. The Abyssal Blade as well. They take him out. He has no buyback. He's gone for 2 minutes. I think this might be GG. No, Dubu, he wants to fight this. He realizes this is the only chance. The Epicenter as well. Clockwork, he's in big trouble. They take him out. James, can he get out? Yes, he can. Nando, he'll be all right as well, but he has the Heaven's Halberd. He's thinking about going back in. but he probably should be a bit careful. But the OD is still down. Now the stun comes from SKDD. Oh, Nando. Oh, the stun from Rubik onto 2 again. Now the Hex onto the SK. Nando, though, he's so close to dropping at this point. Dubu, can he take him out? No, he can't. He keeps healing. And Quap goes back into the back lines. Nando's not scared of anything at the moment. The stun from DD actually misses Dubu. He's in big trouble at the moment. The Quap ulti as well. And they're going to take out Dubu. I think this is actually GG, and Execrations have got this. It's 3 down, no buyback. James, he's going to keep going. Omni is going to go down as well. It looks like, and the glimpse is stolen as well. He glimpsed the Disruptor. How much more ironic can it get? DC, he gets snowballed on. It's 4 down, no buyback, and this has to be GG.
I don't know how they're doing that, but they bring it back even against these buybacks, and there comes the GG from Genesis.
Oh, someone call me an ambulance. I'm gonna have a heart attack after this feat. What the hell did we just watch? What did we just watch, Stinky?
I thought that game was more than over at that point. Execration with the better late game heroes with a better team fight, and they've taken every team fight up until this point, but a couple of great plays coming out from Execration, holding on their high ground and forcing out the buybacks, and the follow-up play with that too. Just able to kite around that fight superbly. The Bloodthorn coming out onto the Lifestealer at the end, but Sven just couldn't find the connection thanks to a couple of nice 4-step stays from this Rubik. Really just won them that team fight, and wow.
Mate, did we just watch the round of 32, or did we watch the grand finals? I don't understand. What did we just watch?
I really don't know either. That's probably the biggest upset, I want to say, of the open qualifiers so far.
Well, forget about TI, guys. You just saw the grand final. Execration, I don't know how these guys deserve a TI invite. After seeing that, the heart they put into this game, I mean, I'm so excited to see them tomorrow in the round of 16. Stinky, I probably should close this off, but I'm going to go into casting Europe straight away. Are you going to be joining me?
Probably going to have to have dinner first.
Well, we'll find out. I'm going to try and get the Admiral Bulldog stack. Try to cast that, guys. So anyone watching, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, consider following the Twitch channel, because we'll be doing this over the next few days for all the qualifiers. Also, follow Stinky's Twitch if you would like. He casts very often indeed. I've put it in the chat just in case you guys want it. And yeah, follow me on Twitter. Guys, we're probably going to close the stream for about 20-30 minutes and be back, or maybe even 10 minutes. I've just got to suss out when the Admiral Bulldog stack is starting. So stick around, and yeah, hopefully me and Stinky will be back soon enough.